Chapter 23-29. Whoosh! The ball of light that was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura was like a meteorite that came from outer space. It carried with it a terrifying force as it charged toward Duan Tian. Wherever this meteor-like ball of light passed, it caused the space to tremble and distort, and it forcefully opened up a sunken heavenly road. Just now, at the last moment, his entire body fused into the attack, as if he had completely fused with the attack. At the same time he fused with the attack, the power of the attack was raised by another level compared to before. At the same time as the meteor-like ball of light came crashing down, Duan Tian's mind was filled with thoughts at this moment. In that regard, it seems to be similar to the fourth level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Brilliant Sword Heart. At this moment, Duan Tian discovered something. He vaguely felt the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, the feeling was very strong. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The opportunity came so suddenly that Duan Tian could not regain his senses. At the same time, the ball of light that looked like a meteorite from outer space was closing in on Duan Tian. It was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura. Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat when he sensed a dangerous aura. As soon as he sensed the dangerous aura, Duan Tian felt pressured. It made Duan Tian feel as though he had transformed into a lonely boat in the sea. He swayed with the waves and was in danger of capsizing at any time. It seemed like Duan Tian was about to be engulfed and killed by the destructive ball of light. I see. At this critical moment, Duan Tian, who had once again grasped the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, under the immense pressure of life and death, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he felt as though many things that he could not figure out before had suddenly become clear to him. The things that he could not figure out before were the obstacles that prevented him from breaking through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Now that the obstacles had been cleared, the path ahead was clear. When the destructive ball of light was close to him, Duan Tian, who was originally nervous, suddenly calmed down. At this moment, Duan Tian could even hear his own heartbeat. All of a sudden, sword heart illumination. Duan Tian's heart jolted. It was as though he no longer had any desires or fears of death. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Whoosh! A dazzling light rose from Duan Tian's body without any warning. The vast and majestic celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Tian's 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into tens of thousands of sharp sword chi that engulfed Duan Tian. During this process, Duan Tian seemed to have become a part of the tens of thousands of sword chi. Duan Tian's long hair, Duan Tian's eyes, Duan Tian's ears, Duan Tian's nose, Duan Tian's everything. At this moment, all of them shot out streaks of incomparably sharp sword light. At this moment, countless sword chi shot out from Duan Tian's body. Every single strand of dazzling and material sword light leaped out from every single pore on his body before converging and fusing together. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and it gave others a feeling of majesty and vastness. At this moment, Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seemed to have seen something that shocked them. Their eyes widened in unison. In their field of vision, Duan Tian's body melted, leaving behind a dazzling white light. In the blink of an eye, the white light solidified and turned into a medium-sized sword light. Moreover, the white light on the sword light also quickly converged in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi had transformed into a white, 3-foot-long sword that hovered in the air. Swoosh! In the face of the menacing destructive light ball that had arrived in front of Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye, the 3-foot-long blade, which was originally calmly hovering in the air, finally moved. A white streak of light swept across the sky. Buzz! After the white streak of light swept across the sky, the crisp sound of a sharp sword whistling through the air rang in the air. As for why the sound of a sword whistling through the air came after the white streak of light, it was because the speed of light was faster than the speed of sound. As the sword whistled through the air, the sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. Without anyone controlling it, the white, 3-foot-long blade suddenly swung through the air. This swing in the air looked very casual, and the speed of the swing was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, Yang Jinxing and Yuan Haochen, who were both eminent celestials, could clearly see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long sword as it swept across the sky. With just a wave of the sword, rip! A clear ripping sound rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. Upon closer inspection, one could see the sword light. It was the white sword that tore open a crack in the void with a casual swing of the sword. Rip! 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 In the void, a ferocious and terrifying crack appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the speed of the crack was extremely fast, and the width of the crack was also extremely exaggerated. Moreover, it continued to extend in the direction of the meteor-like destructive ball of light that was whizzing through the sky. It seemed as though it was going to tear the ball of light apart as well. A sword that could tear the void apart! Impossible! How can you tear the void apart? A voice that was filled with disbelief rang from the ball of light that was charging toward Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, in addition to the shock and disbelief in Liao Naijiang's voice, there was also a trace of extreme fear. It was as if he had encountered something that made him tremble in fear. As soon as Liao Naijiang's voice rang in the air, rip! The crack that the white, 3-foot-long blade tore open in the void spread out in an instant. It met the destructive light ball and tore it apart as well. It was as though the sword had cut the ball of light in half. Whoosh! 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 Immediately after, the void crack trembled, and circles of ripples began to spread out in the void. As for the two halves of the destructive light ball, it was instantly sucked into the void crack as if it had never appeared. From the beginning until the end, no one heard anything about Liao Naijiang, the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The deep void crack was pitch black. One could not see the end of it. It was boundless and boundless. Whoosh! At the same time, the white, 3-foot-long sword in the air shone brightly before it transformed into a human figure. The figure gradually appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a purple robe and looked unscathed. That's the enlightened sword? When Duan Lingtian reappeared, he did not pay any attention to the shocked gazes around him. Instead, he stood in the air with his head lowered as he pondered. Right now, he was reminiscing about how he had perfectly transformed his body into a sword and casually swung his sword like a stroke of God. That was the technique the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the 4th stage, the enlightened sword heart, had given him. Transforming into a sword. Becoming one with the sword. With just a swing of the sword, the void was torn apart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had reappeared, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with his head lowered in contemplation, there was also a long and ferocious tear in the void that was only a foot away from him. This void crack gave people an extremely strong visual shock. The void crack continued to sway in the void, causing the void to tremble and distort. Behind this crack in space was an endless darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a giant beast had opened its bloody maw, as if it could swallow everything in its path. Chi! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang in the air as the tear in the void next to Duan Lingtian began to heal. However, because the size of the tear was too exaggerated, it would take at least 15 to 30 minutes for it to completely heal. A person and a long and ferocious void. This scene was destined to be engraved in everyone's heart, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The group of people present had yet to recover from the frightening scene in front of them. Master! Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, cried out sorrowfully, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to look at him one after another. Yang Jinxing looked at the shattered soul pearl in his hand and the void next to Duan Lingtian with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he had lost something very important. That's the soul pearl of the Patriarch's master, Senior Liao, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Immediately, a commotion broke out at the scene. Senior Liao is dead? How's this possible? He's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength surpasses eminent celestials. How could he die in the hands of an eminent celestial? I think it's impossible as well. There must be a mistake. Chapter 2330. Everyone present, no matter who they were, was dumbfounded. Most of them did not manage to see what had happened due to their limited strength. However, now that the results were out, they were once again dumbfounded. Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial and the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, was killed by Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, it seemed like he was killed in just a single blow. How did he tear the void apart? How is he so strong? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, narrowed his eyes in disbelief when he saw the tear in the void not far from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Based on what he knew, only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger could tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void when they made their move. Although a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial had extraordinary strength, he was not strong enough to tear the void apart. This was the reason why Liao Naijiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, could only cause a dent in the void even though he had unleashed his full strength. It seemed as though the void would collapse at any moment. Tearing the void apart was a technique exclusive to 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and above. Duan Lingtian's current strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Yuan Haochen was still in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. As an eminent celestial, although he did not clearly see the battle between Duan Lingtian and Liao Naijiang, he could roughly guess what had happened. Duan Lingtian had killed Liao Naijiang in just a single blow when Liao Naijiang had attacked with all his might. At the critical moment, countless sword rays burst out from Duan Lingtian's body. He transformed into a part of the thousands of sword rays. In the end, the thousands of sword rays condensed into a white long sword. The instant Liao Naijiang rushed forward, the white long sword in the air seemed to casually swing horizontally. At that time, the speed of the white long sword was not considered fast, so much so that even I could clearly see its trajectory. However, it was precisely this seemingly slow horizontal slash of the sword that cut open the void and created a long and narrow crack in the void. Yuan Haochen could not help but shudder in fear when he recalled what had happened. Duan Lingtian's sword had left a long and narrow tear in the void with just a wave of his hand. Based on the length of the tear in the void that Duan Lingtian created, it seems like he's much stronger than an ordinary 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Yuan Haochen had this thought. In the distance, Duan Lingtian, who had been deep in thought with his head lowered, suddenly moved in front of everyone's eyes. He raised his hand, and a dazzling white sword light shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a sword and was held in his hand. I feel like I don't even need to use any technique. I can tear this void apart. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The white sword ray that was formed from celestial origin energy and saint origin swept across the air as well. His speed was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, everyone present could see his movements clearly. Everyone present could clearly see the white swordlight that swept through the void. Wherever it passed, another crack would appear in the void. Compared to the tear in the void next to Duan Lingtian, this tear in the void was not conspicuous at all. However, Duan Lingtian did not cast any divine abilities, martial tactics, or the profundity of the sovereign heart sword. He merely relied on the energy in his body to tear open a tear in the void. How's this possible? The expressions of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, changed drastically when they saw how Duan Lingtian was able to tear the void apart without using any technique. They finally realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Even a four-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to tear the void apart so easily, right? Duan Lingtian has just become an eminent celestial, and his strength seems to be even stronger than a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Am I dreaming? He seems to have cast an assist-type divine ability after he became an eminent celestial. That's how he managed to raise his strength to such a level. What I'm curious about is what assist-type divine ability he cast. If that's the case, the assist-type divine ability he cast is definitely not from the mundane realm. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves. They had also realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability was. For someone who had just become an eminent celestial to become so powerful in such a short time, one could easily imagine how terrifying that assist-type divine ability was. Most of the people present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces as they stared at Duan Lingtian in bewilderment. Sword-wielding technique. With just a thought, the white sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out of his hand and swept across the air like a white dragon. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something being torn apart rang in the air. As the white sword ray circled around Duan Lingtian, it left terrifying cracks in the void around Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the void around Duan Lingtian seemed to have turned into sheets of paper that swayed in the air. Swoosh! 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 The short-lived sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the space around Duan Lingtian was torn apart like a piece of paper being cut into pieces. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a god who controlled space. Wherever he passed, the void would crumble. The sword-wielding technique is a technique granted to me by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding technique with the heart. About 15 minutes later, the cracks in the void that Duan Lingtian had created had completely healed. Only the tear in the void remained, and it would take some time for it to heal. This was the crack in the void that Duan Lingtian had created using the technique granted to him by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. The technique granted to me by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart, allows me to merge with the energy in my body to form a sword. From today onward, I'll call it the body and sword as one. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The body and sword as one was currently Duan Lingtian's strongest technique. If I use it with the otherworldly celestial, the body and sword as one, I won't be limited to just one sword. At that time, I'll be able to transform into a sword and my clones will be able to transform into several swords as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. However, that 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Nai Jiang, isn't that strong. Even if I didn't use any technique, it wouldn't have been difficult for me to kill him, let alone the fact that I managed to use the body and sword as one technique granted to me by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, with my strength that has been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to tear the void apart even if I don't use any technique. As for Liao Nai Jiang, even though he used all of his abilities before he died, he only managed to cause the void to nearly collapse and crack open. He didn't actually tear the void apart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the huge gap between him and Liao Nai Jiang. I didn't expect the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be able to raise my strength to such an extent after I became an eminent celestial. The elementary devouring tactic is indeed an extraordinary assist-type divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by his current strength, he was not too surprised. After all, not only had he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, but he had also devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in one of the 2 richest saint stone mines in the Debussy subterranean. Chi! 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 Another quarter of an hour passed before the crack in the void was completely healed. In the vast expanse of space, only Duan Lingtian remained standing there like a god, causing the surrounding crowd to look up at him. "Brother Tian! Claire's eyes sparkled as she looked at Duan Tian, and her peerlessly beautiful face revealed an expression of deep adoration. Father is so amazing! A hint of admiration could be seen in Duan Ling's eyes as well. Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Tian with a complicated expression on her face. He's so powerful. When Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Tian, her expression was even more complicated than Gan Ruyen's. I, Peng Lai, haven't lived in vain to have such a master, Peng Lai said proudly as he straightened his back. It was as though he was afraid others would not know that the godlike purple-clad young man was his master. Brother Ling Tian, Huang Qiling said in a hoarse voice. Although Huang Qiling was happy for Duan Tian, he was also slightly ashamed of his own inferiority. He could not bring himself to call Duan Tian Brother Ling Tian. Yun Fuyi, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duan Tian with fear in his eyes. He could not think of anything else. Clan leader Yang! At the same time, Duan Tian, who was hovering in the air like a god, said indifferently as his eyes shone brightly at Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Chapter 2331. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself earlier and ended up killing your master. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls heard Duan Tian's words, they were rendered speechless. He couldn't control himself earlier and ended up killing Duan Tian's master? At this moment, everyone could tell Duan Tian was trying to provoke Duan Tian. However, even if they could tell, what could they do? Lord Patriarch. As soon as Duan Tian spoke, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. However, the patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died in Duan Tian's hands in just a single blow. It would be easy for Duan Tian to kill the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. After all, although the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was powerful, he held a high position in their hearts. However, they knew this was not the case. No matter how powerful the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was, he was not as powerful as his master. Since Lord Patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, has been killed by Duan Tian, who else in the Human Devil clan can defeat him? He killed a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. It's easy for him to kill the patriarch who's weaker than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The Human Devil clan is in danger today. Many of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had grim expressions on their faces. Despair rose in their hearts. They felt the Human Devil clan was in deep trouble. After all, the Human Devil clan was facing a godlike powerhouse who could kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. At this moment, Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, felt as though his lungs were about to explode when he heard Duan Tian's indifferent words. He finally said, Duan Tian! Yang Jinxing took a deep breath before he glared at Duan Tian with a grim expression on his face. Then, he said coldly, Duan Tian! He said coldly, do you really think no one in the Human Devil clan can defeat you just because you killed my master? Even if your strength is comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, it's still easy for the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to kill you. When Yang Jinxing spoke about the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, a hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes. It was as though the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was extremely powerful. After all, the Human Devil of the Human Devil clan. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan seemed to be stronger than a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Patriarch? Everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was dumbfounded when they heard Yang Jinxing's words. The eyes of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, narrowed their eyes in shock. The patriarch is still alive? As people in the Human Devil clan who knew about bodiless celestials, they knew a thing or two about the bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan. One of them was the old ancestor whom the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had mentioned. They clearly remembered the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The last time the patriarch of the Human Devil clan appeared was more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he was still alive, he would be a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. When they heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan mention the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, they realized the patriarch of the Human Devil clan might still be alive. Patriarch Yang, based on your words, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Yang Jinxing. Although Duan Lingtian maintained a faint smile on his face, he could not help but feel a sense of dread in the depths of his heart. He could tell the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not afraid of him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not bluffing. Perhaps his words could be false, but the awe and veneration in the depths of the patriarch's eyes was undeniable. What? Are you afraid? Yang Jinxing sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Afraid? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps. However, so what if the patriarch of the Human Devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be in the Human Devil clan's territory, right? It's impossible for him to make it here in such a short time, right? Yang Jinxing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian continued to ask. After all, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was indeed not in the Human Devil clan's territory. Moreover, it was impossible for him to make it here in such a short time. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. Duan Lingtian said as he extended his divine consciousness and sealed the area around Yang Jinxing. Patriarch Yang, before you make a move and send a message to your ancestor, I have full confidence that I can kill you and leave. No matter how strong a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is, he won't be able to find me in the Down Martial Saint Land. With my current strength, I can tear the void and open the space barrier at any time to head to the upper province of the Down Martial Saint Land. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Jinxing's face darkened further. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He discovered, at this moment, it seemed like he really could not cause any trouble in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how do you know our ancestor isn't in our territory? Yang Jinxing sneered and said, Who knows? Our patriarch of the Human Devil clan might be hiding nearby and looking at you as if you're an ant. He could kill you at any time. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew even brighter. Since that's the case, I'll try to kill you, the patriarch of the Human Demon clan. Let's see if he can still keep his composure. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's aura suddenly changed, and a murderous aura swept out. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind blew in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's robes to flutter noisily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at Yang Jinxing with a murderous aura, seemed to have transformed into a god of death. It was as though he would kill Yang Jinxing at any time. Just as Duan Lingtian's murderous aura was about to kill Yang Jinxing, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian. Yang Jinxing's angry voice rang in the air. After I leave today, if you dare to touch anyone from the Human Devil clan, the Human Devil clan won't rest until you're dead. When I return, the old ancestor of the Human Devil clan will definitely kill you and annihilate the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. Yang Jinxing's voice rang in the air like a thunderclap. It was filled with ruthlessness. Oh no! As soon as Yang Jinxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness trembled as though he had sensed something. Horror dawned on him immediately. You're seeking death. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays. During this process, Duan Lingtian had also transformed into a part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays gathered and transformed into a 3-foot-long white sword that hovered in the air. It emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. Swoosh! As soon as the 3-foot-long white sword appeared, it suddenly swept across the air and left an inconspicuous sword ray in its wake. And it was this very inconspicuous sword light that whizzed out, as if it was an inch of the earth and the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived at the space where Yang Jinxing was standing and tore a terrifying hole in the air. It was a bottomless tear in the void. Swoosh! 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 The tear in the void continued to extend until it tore apart the space where Yang Jinxing was standing and tore apart his body. At this moment, Yang Jinxing's body was shrouded in a blood-red flame. This was the technique Yang Jinxing had used as soon as he finished speaking. Rip! The void tore apart like a piece of paper. Yang Jinxing, who was torn apart, looked more like a human portrait on the paper. However, after Yang Jinxing's body was torn apart, it did not enter the tear in the void. Instead, it turned into two silhouettes that continued to fade until they disappeared. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression turned even more solemn when he reappeared. He actually managed to escape. What kind of technique is that? Duan Lingtian asked himself. When he discovered that something was amiss with Yang Jinxing, he did not hesitate to make a move. However, it was still too late. Yang Jinxing had escaped. Just now, he seemed to have crushed a blood-red jade slip. Then, a blood-red flame burned on his body. When I used the technique of body and sword as one to cut apart his body and the void around him, he had already escaped. Not only did Yang Jinxing escape, but he also completely got rid of Duan Lingtian's divine sense. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Just as Duan Lingtian was surprised by Yang Jinxing's escape technique. Blood-red flame escape talisman. A cry of surprise rang out. Chapter 2332. Fiery blood escape talisman? Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes instantly landed on the person who had exclaimed in surprise. This person was none other than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the person who had defeated Duan Lingtian with just a flick of his finger 3 years ago. Yuan Haochen could tell Duan Lingtian did not know what the fiery blood escape talisman was. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian, so he quickly explained the talisman to Duan Lingtian. The blood flame escape talisman is a kind of jade talisman that our Devil Clan's formation masters spent a lot of precious materials and paid a huge price to inscribe. The person who crushes it will ignite the teleportation blood flame on his body. In just a blink of an eye, he'll be transported 100,000 miles away. During this process, the fiery blood escape talisman will cut off all divine consciousness from the outside world, so the person who crushed the talisman will be able to leave unscathed. There are only a few fiery blood escape talismans in the Devil Clans. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan would have one. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously after he finished his explanation. His eyes were filled with dread. 3 years ago, he had easily defeated Duan Lingtian with just a flick of his finger. However, after 3 years, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were much stronger than eminent celestials. Even such a person was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow, let alone Yuan Haochen, who had just become an eminent celestial. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was still alive. At this moment, even Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, had no choice but to use the precious blood flame escape talisman to escape from the purple-clad young man. Although Lord Patriarch has escaped, it'll still take a long time for him to return to the Human Devil Clan, even if he manages to contact the old ancestor. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen felt as though his life was no longer in his hands. No wonder the connection between him and my divine consciousness was severed. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Yuan Haochen's words. He could not help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect the Devil Clans to have such a talisman. At this moment, Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, is nowhere to be found. It's almost impossible to find him. Duan Lingtian was aware of this. Moreover, after Yang Jinxing left, he must have contacted the old ancestor of the Devil Clan. Based on what he said, the old ancestor of the Human Devil Clan is most likely a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, or a celestial, or Lingtian. Duan Lingtian celestial then a celestial. Celestial or celestial or celestial or celestial or celestial. I'm no match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Before Yang Jinxing manages to contact the old ancestor of the human devil clan, I have to deal with this matter and leave as soon as possible. Now, this place is still a place of trouble for me. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought about this. He looked at Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, coldly. Apart from that, the killing intent he had for Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, shifted to Yuan Haochen as soon as Yang Jinxing fled. Whoosh! 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 A gentle breeze blew in all directions, and one could vaguely hear the faint sound of the wind whistling. The sound of wind whistling could be heard because the atmosphere was too calm. It was so calm that it was eerie. As Duan Lingtian's killing intent swept toward Yuan Haochen, the people in the surroundings could not help but frown. Everyone present seemed to be able to clearly smell the thick smell of gunpowder that permeated the air. Yuan Haochen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Apart from fear, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, he had easily defeated the purple-clad young man with just a flick of his finger. 3 years later, he did not even have the courage to make a move against the purple-clad young man. Palace Master Yuan, now that Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, has fled and his master, Liao Naijiang, is dead, it's time for us to settle the score. Duan Lingtian stared at Yuan Haochen as he spoke in a tone that was neither fast nor slow. Duan Lingtian's calm words struck Yuan Haochen like a bolt from the blue. Yuan Haochen shuddered in fear. The cold sweat that appeared on his forehead also flowed down as if it was free of charge. Humph! Duan Lingtian's robe fluttered when he saw Yuan Haochen remained silent. He raised his right hand, preparing to kill Yuan Haochen with a flip of his hand. With his current strength, he could indeed kill Yuan Haochen with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and into his hand in just a blink of an eye. Please show mercy. A familiar female voice rang in the air. It was a voice that sounded familiar to Duan Lingtian. It was a voice that Duan Lingtian heard. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. A familiar figure appeared in front of Yuan Haochen. It was a white-robed woman with a graceful figure and an icy aura emanating from her entire body. The white-clad woman stood there like an ice goddess. She was so pure that she could not be profaned. At this moment, a hint of pleading could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. The majestic power that was already in his hand didn't was out immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand and kept flashing like lightning. At the same time, it caused the surrounding space to tremble. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were tiny cracks in the air. In this turbulent void, one could vaguely see tiny cracks in the void. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them. It's Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. She's the last disciple of Palace Master Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. Why is she standing out now? Does she have a death wish? She's standing in front of Duan Lingtian when he's about to kill Palace Master Yuan. She's overestimating herself. Who's going to die if she doesn't? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads when they saw Huang Wenjing standing in front of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, to protect Yuan Haochen. However, she still dares to stand out and protect her master at such a critical moment even though she knows she's going to die. At least Palace Master Yuan didn't dote on her for nothing. Indeed. If I have such a disciple, I'll have no regrets even if I die. It's a pity that such a peerless beauty is about to perish here. Many people felt sorry for Huang Wenjing. Little junior sister. Yun Fuyi looked at Huang Wenjing with an embarrassed expression on his face. He felt like he was the great senior brother for nothing. However, at this moment, due to his fear of Duan Lingtian, his body felt as though it was filled with lead. He could not move at all. He could not move at all, let alone stand in front of his master to protect him like his little junior sister. Wen Jing, stand back. At this time, Yuan Haochen had also regained his senses. When he saw his most beloved disciple standing in front of him and protecting him, he felt a burst of warmth in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but shout out loudly. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's tone was full of sternness. In Yuan Haochen's opinion, Huang Wenjing had always been obedient. This closed-door disciple of his had always been obedient. After he shouted at her, she would definitely retreat in time. However, he did not expect Huang Wenjing would not react this way. As his voice fell, his last disciple did not move at all. He was still standing in front of him, protecting him firmly behind him. Yuan Haochen's heart was in his mouth when he thought Duan Lingtian would attack Huang Wenjing. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past. Duan Lingtian, who was standing far away, turned into a silhouette and disappeared. At the same time Duan Lingtian turned into a silhouette, another figure appeared in front of Yuan Haochen and behind Huang Wenjing. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who appeared in front of Yuan Haochen at a ridiculously fast speed. Duan Lingtian, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Today's matter is purely between you and me. It has nothing to do with my disciple. Yuan Haochen sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian did not attack Huang Wenjing after he appeared in front of him. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, I believe with your current strength, you won't make things difficult for a weak woman. Both of you have a deep relationship as master and disciple. Duan Lingtian said calmly as his eyes flashed. Please, don't kill my master. At the same time, Huang Wenjing, who had regained her senses, turned to look at Duan Lingtian's back and said anxiously. A hint of pleading could be heard in her voice. He's too fast. Even Palace Master Yuan didn't seem to be able to react in time. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, killing a three-tribulation bodiless celestial is as easy as killing a chicken. It's easy for him to kill Palace Master Yuan, who has just become an eminent celestial. Once Palace Master Yuan dies, do you think Duan Lingtian will let us go? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of Yuan Haochen and was about to kill Yuan Haochen, they could not help but feel anxious. Chapter 2333. Everyone present on the scene had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan's master, Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by Duan Lingtian with just a blow. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be able to escape death today. After Yuan Haochen's death, they began to wonder if Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. It made them feel anxious and uneasy. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to kill Yuan Haochen, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded in a timely manner, and it was filled with indifference. Yuan Haochen, I'll give you 2 choices now. The first choice is to swear on the lightning penalty oath and take me as your master. In the future, I'll be your leader. Second, you'll die. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone present on the scene was stunned. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian intended to kill Yuan Haochen. Duan Lingtian intended to let Yuan Haochen live? Thank you. Huang Wenjing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She quickly expressed her gratitude to Duan Lingtian. Because she knew, this was the biggest concession Duan Lingtian could make. Although it was slightly insulting to ask her master to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master, however, when Huang Wenjing recalled Duan Lingtian's strength and his ability to raise the grade of one's innate spiritual root, she felt that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian was more than qualified to be her master's master. There's no need to thank me. You've promised to protect my family if I die, so I owe you a favor. Even if your master survives and acknowledges me as his master, it's still better than killing him. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. His words were spoken casually, as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. As a matter of fact, this was indeed an insignificant matter to him. Duan Lingtian's words were also true. After all, it was better for him to not kill Yuan Haochen and let Yuan Haochen acknowledge him as his master than to kill Yuan Haochen. No matter what, Yuan Haochen was still an eminent celestial. If Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve him, he would gain a lot of help. At the same time, he would be able to control the Wandering Saint Palace. Whoosh! Upon hearing Huang Wenjing thanking Duan Ling Tian and hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. I was wondering why Duan Ling Tian would suddenly decide to spare Palace Master Yuan Haochen. As it turns out, he owes Huang Wenjing a favor. To think I thought Huang Wenjing was seeking death by standing up for Palace Master Yuan. I didn't think she would be able to convince Duan Ling Tian to spare Palace Master Yuan's life. However, Duan Ling Tian's suggestion to Palace Master Yuan is too difficult. He actually wants Palace Master Yuan to swear on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge him as his master. Difficult? Think about it, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, killing Palace Master Yuan would be as easy as killing a chicken. Although his request is difficult, there's no doubt it's the best he can do. I personally think it's reasonable. If I were him, I'd definitely acknowledge him as my master. After all, once I die, I'll lose everything. Many people discussed among themselves. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian's request was too much, but most of them thought it was reasonable for Duan Lingtian to make such a request. So that's how it is. In the distance, Gan Ru Yan's expression softened as realization dawned on her. Previously, when she saw Duan Lingtian sparing the life of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, she had thought Duan Lingtian had shown mercy because he coveted the beauty of Huang Wenjing, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's direct disciple. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she realized she had misunderstood Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, Huang Wenjing had once promised Duan Lingtian that she would protect Palace Master Yuan's family. She promised to protect his family after he died. It was not difficult for her to guess who Duan Lingtian's family was. It was definitely her sister, her niece, and Pen Lai. Unlike Gan Ru Yan, Ker's expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. It was as though she supported Duan Lingtian's decision unconditionally. Acknowledge him as my master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yuan Haochen was shocked by the promise his direct disciple had made to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized Duan Lingtian had spared his life because of his direct disciple. However, he could not make up his mind to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. After all, he was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Moreover, he had become an eminent celestial. Naturally, he was reluctant to acknowledge a human as his master. I can either acknowledge him as my master or die. However, Yuan Haochen could not help but feel conflicted since he only had 2 choices. I'll give you the span of 3 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 3 breaths, I'll kill you. Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw Yuan Haochen's hesitation. He did not want to waste time on this matter, so he urged Yuan Haochen to hurry up. His voice was filled with impatience. Master! Huang Wenjing, who was afraid her master would rather die than submit, became anxious as well. Her expression changed again and again. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the atmosphere changed again. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense, as though it would explode at any moment. Everyone's eyes shifted to Yuan Haochen in unison. Within the gazes of the group of people, there was understanding, doubt, bewilderment, and confusion. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen! Yuan Haochen gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master and serve Duan Lingtian. In the end, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace from the Human Devil clan finally compromised. However, no one made fun of him for compromising because everyone knew that this was an irresistible trend. Phew! Huang Wenjing and the others from the Wandering Saint Palace heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yuan Haochen swearing on the lightning penalty oath and acknowledging Duan Lingtian as his master. Huang Wenjing heaved a sigh of relief because she knew her master had escaped death. The others from the Wandering Saint Palace heaved a sigh of relief because they knew Duan Lingtian would not make things difficult for them since their palace master had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master. After Yuan Haochen swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the 7 leaders from the 1 palace and 6 halls. As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 7 leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls, his gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a blade. It was as though it could tear everything apart. Swoosh! 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 The expressions of the 7 leaders from the 1 palace and 6 halls changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. Following that, the Hall Master of Azure Xin Hall took the lead and swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. It was as though he was afraid he would anger Duan Lingtian if he swore on the lightning penalty oath too late. With someone taking the lead, the remaining 6 people no longer hesitated and swore on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as their master. What a joke! Even Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was an eminent celestial, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duan Lingtian as his master. Unless they wanted to die, they had no other choice. The people from the 1 palace and 6 halls heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their palace masters and hall masters swearing to acknowledge the godlike man as their master. Only the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, including Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian did not look at them at all. Lord Duan Lingtian! Finally, Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He said respectfully, "The Great Spirit Palace is also willing to acknowledge you as our master, Lord Duan Lingtian." At this moment, this tall and muscular man, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, had to lower his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Xing Yuan Ba stepped forward because he had always been the 2nd most powerful person in the Great Spirit Palace. Now that Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was dead, it was only natural that he was the one in charge of the Great Spirit Palace. Great Spirit Palace? At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at Xing Yuan Ba lazily and said indifferently, "If anyone from the Great Spirit Palace can provide me with any useful information about the whereabouts of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll spare their lives. Otherwise, all of you can go with Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. At least, you can accompany him on the road to hell." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was as calm as ever. It was as though he was talking about something ordinary. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the people from the Great Spirit Palace changed drastically. "Run!" As soon as Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, heard Duan Lingtian's words, he knew he would not be able to escape death if he continued to stay here. For this reason, he ordered the high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace to flee. Useful information about the whereabouts of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? How would they know? If they knew, they would have told Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion would have been killed by them. At this moment, Xing Yuan Ba was still hoping for a fluke. If the people from the Great Spirit Palace fled in different directions, perhaps 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. He might even be one of them. As it turned out, Xing Yuan Ba was too naive. Perhaps he had underestimated Duan Lingtian's current strength. As soon as Xing Yuan Ba shouted, the people from the Great Spirit Palace began to make their moves. Trying to escape. Chapter 2334. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's trembling arms stretched out horizontally like 2 dragons whistling out. When they seemed to have reached their limit, they finally retracted in front of him in a flash of lightning. During this process, boom! 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 Wherever Duan Lingtian's arms that were suffused with vast and majestic energy passed, the air would tremble, and the sound of air exploding would ring out continuously. At this moment, the air in front of him seemed to have been sucked dry by him. Bang! In the end, Duan Lingtian's arms collided in front of him. To be more precise, the two palms collided with each other, causing a deafening sound to reverberate in the air. It was precisely this loud noise that caused a few small black snake-like cracks to appear in the void in front of Duan Lingtian. They looked extremely agile. Boom! 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 At the same time, with Duan Lingtian's palms as the center, the sound of the air shaking reverberated in the air. A small mushroom cloud also appeared following after that. As soon as the mushroom cloud appeared, it bloomed and set off a majestic shockwave that swept in all directions. It was as though it was an indiscriminate group attack. However, in the face of this majestic shockwave that swept out like a group attack, the people present did not seem to notice it at all. This was because their attention was completely focused on the group of people from Great Spirit Palace. When Duan Lingtian extended his arms and quickly pulled them back, the crowd saw that Duan Lingtian's eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, two silhouettes of gigantic palms appeared out of thin air on both sides of the air where the group of people from Great Spirit Palace was. As soon as the two silhouettes of gigantic palms appeared, they charged toward the group of people from Great Spirit Palace with an earth-shattering aura. It was a pincer attack. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The group of people from the Great Spirit Palace, including Xingyuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master, did not even have the time to react before the two palms that resembled the hands of a god appeared on both sides of the void where they were standing. Attacking them from the left and right, the terrifying power caused them to tremble in fear. No! Xingyuan Ba was the first to react. His pupils shrank, and his face was filled with despair as he let out a sorrowful roar. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Although the rest of the people from Great Spirit Palace did not have time to cry out, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could clearly see the changes in their expressions. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Bang! At the same time when Duan Lingtian's palms joined together, the palms that seemed like the hands of a god joined together as well. During this process, the group of people from Great Spirit Palace, including Xingyuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was crushed by the pair of gigantic palms. In front of the pair of gigantic palms, the group of people from Great Spirit Palace was like a group of ants. They did not even have the strength to fight back before they were crushed. Almost as soon as the pair of gigantic palms collided, boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic palms transformed into a gigantic mushroom cloud. It was a shocking sight to behold. When the mushroom cloud bloomed, the group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were spectating could clearly see that the mushroom cloud in the sky had turned gray. The originally gray mushroom cloud was actually dyed with a bloody mist. It was like the finishing touch, decorating the mushroom cloud with an unusually gorgeous and eye-catching appearance. However, not many people were truly appreciative of this beautiful and dazzling scene. Most of them could not help but feel their hearts twitching. In just a blink of an eye, the group of high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace had been killed by the godlike man. Moreover, the man did not even move. He merely stood in the same spot and casually clapped his palms together. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It was impossible to tell if it was the sound of air exploding or the sound of energy colliding. Meanwhile, as the shockwave that surged out from the point where Duan Lingtian's palms collided raged in the air, waves of majestic and vast shockwaves also surged out from the place where the 2 gigantic palms collided as though they were the hands of a god. It was as though they had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After a few moments, run! Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the weakest ones were the disciples from Wandering Saint Palace. At this moment, they were either injured by the shockwaves or screaming in pain as they fled into the distance. As for the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, they relied on their own strength to withstand the shockwaves. After a few moments, the shockwaves finally dissipated. At this moment, the space in front of Duan Lingtian and the space where the people from the Great Spirit Palace were standing was riddled with cracks that resembled tiny black snakes. It was as though a piece of paper was being cut again and again. These cracks were the result of Duan Lingtian's casual attack that had killed the people from Great Spirit Palace. He had killed the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace with just a flip of his palm. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to show to the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Although he had killed Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, and forced Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, to flee, it was not a shocking scene. For this reason, he had spent a lot of effort to kill the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace with just a casual attack. He wanted to use the blood of the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace to intimidate the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The reason Duan Lingtian had chosen to kill the people from Great Spirit Palace was, naturally, because of Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, whom he had killed earlier. He did not have a good impression of Great Spirit Palace because of Shernafeng. Fortunately, the people from Great Spirit Palace did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would feel that they had died unjustly. The effect seems to be quite good. Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at his surroundings. He could see that there were many people around him. He could see the fear in the eyes of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls when they looked at him again. It was as though he was the unparalleled Demon King. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted. For the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, this was a day they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The godlike human powerhouse had killed Shernafeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and killed the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. He had even forced the patriarch of the human devil clan to crush the fiery blood evasion talisman to escape. That was not all. Later on, this human expert stood motionless on the spot. With just a slight movement of his hands, he obliterated a group of Great Spirit Palace higher-ups in the distant void. The high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. One of them was even widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the human devil clan. However, this group of people was killed by the human powerhouse with just a flip of his hand. Duan Lingtian! At this moment, the name of this godlike human powerhouse kept echoing in the hearts of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. It did not stop even after a long time. Just when everyone present was looking at Duan Lingtian in awe, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Yuan Haochen! Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuan Haochen before he looked at the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, the hall master of Azure Sheen Hall, and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. From today onward, I don't care if you ask your subordinates to swear on the lightning penalty oath or use some other method. I don't want anyone here who isn't under your control from today onward. A hint of sternness could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice when he spoke. Yes, master! Yes, master! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yuan Haochen and the other leaders' hearts skipped a beat. Currently, with the lightning penalty oath, Yuan Haochen and the others did not dare to disobey Duan Lingtian. They had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian's orders. Apart from that, I hope the 7 of you can control the entire human devil clan as soon as possible. At the very least, all the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and above must be under your control. I don't care what method you use, I just want results. Duan Lingtian continued to give out orders. Yuan Haochen and the others quickly responded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Lastly, send people you trust to gather information about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Inform me as soon as you receive any news. I'll give each of you a jade token inscribed with saint inscriptions. As long as you crush it, I'll be able to sense it and rush back to the human devil clan's territory. Duan Lingtian said. Master, why you're leaving? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yuan Haochen and the others realized Duan Lingtian intended to leave. If I don't leave, am I supposed to wait for Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, to invite the old ancestor of the Human Devil clan back? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Apart from that, I have some matters to attend to in the upper province of the Down Martial Saint Land as well. Since I'm in the upper province of the Down Martial Saint Land, you won't be able to contact me using the communication Jade token. However, if you crush the detection Jade token that I'll give you later, you'll be able to sense me even if I'm in the upper province. At that time, I'll tear open the space barrier and return to the lower province of the Down Martial Saint Land. Once I return to the lower province, we'll communicate through the voice transmission Jade token. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he raised his hand and took out a few dozen Jade tokens before he distributed them to Yuan Haochen and the others. These Jade tokens were the detection Jade tokens that he had inscribed when he was inscribing saint inscriptions. Chapter 2335. Currently, the Jade tokens that Duan Lingtian had given to the leaders of the Human Devil clan, including Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, were paired with the Jade tokens in his possession. As long as one of the jades slips in the hands of Yuan Haochen and the others shattered, a matching jade slip in the batch of jade slips in his hands would also shatter. Even if he was in the upper province of the Down Martial Saint Land while Yuan Haochen and the others were in the lower province of the Down Martial Saint Land, the connection between the two jade tokens would not be severed. If one was destroyed, the other would be destroyed. I'll definitely repay you for the favor I owe you in the future. After handing the Jade tokens to Yuan Haochen and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Wenjing and nodded with a faint smile on his face. Huang Wenjing had a complicated expression on her face when she heard this. She could not help but feel disappointed. Both of them, were they really so distant from each other? However, when she thought about Duan Lingtian's current strength and the gap between them, she could not help but feel a little ashamed. She could only nod silently. However, she was not happy at all. Even when the envious gazes swept over from the surroundings and landed on her, she completely turned a blind eye to them. After all, she did not care about the favor he owed her. She only cared about him as a person. She and him are my friends. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Haochen and the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls before he pointed at Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling. We'll definitely take good care of Master's friends, the Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace said immediately. At the same time, Yuan Haochen and the others also expressed their stance. Yuan Haochen, in particular, was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Since Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling were from the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural that he would take good care of them. Moreover, Huang Wenjing was his favorite disciple. Even if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he would still take good care of her. Huang Qiling is really lucky. From now on, Huang Qiling's status in the Wandering Saint Palace will be higher than his father's. Of course. After all, Lord Duan Lingtian has personally asked Lord Palace Master to take care of him. Everyone has different fate. Why am I not as lucky as him? The elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Huang Qiling were filled with envy and jealousy. Huang Wenjing was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had always been the Palace Master's father's favorite disciple. Therefore, they didn't feel anything when Huang Wenjing received special treatment. However, Huang Qiling's father's father. Although Huang Qiling was the son of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, his father was the weakest among the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, Huang Qiling had failed to live up to expectations. For this reason, even the descendants of the Wandering Saint Palace's elders dared to openly mock him. For example, the descendants of the 3 Wandering Saint Palace's elders who were killed by Duan Lingtian. However, from today onward, even the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would not dare to offend Huang Qiling due to his relationship with Duan Lingtian. Huang Qiling could be said to have soared into the sky. How could the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace not be jealous of him? Good! Good! Huang Qiling's father, who was the weakest among the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, looked at Huang Qiling excitedly. He did not know what to say. It was as though Duan Lingtian had asked Yuan Haochen and the others to take care of him instead of his son. At this moment, he felt proud to have such a son. Brother Lingtian! When Huang Qiling saw Duan Lingtian did not forget about him, he was so touched that his eyes turned red. His body began to tremble slightly as well. Also, there's Peng Lai. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Haochen and pointed at Peng Lai, the former elder of Wandering Saint Palace who was now regarded as a traitor. He said indifferently, Peng Lai is the first person to follow me. You should know what to do, right? Yuan Haochen's heart skipped a beat as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Then, he said loudly, From today onward, Peng Lai will be the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Anyone who sees him in the Wandering Saint Palace will have to respect him as though he's the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. If anyone dares to disrespect Vice Palace Master Peng, don't blame me, Yuan Haochen, for not showing any mercy. Yuan Haochen's tone turned cold when he finished speaking. As an eminent celestial, his tone was so cold that it made everyone feel as though winter had arrived. If anyone dares to disrespect Vice Palace Master Peng, they'll be making an enemy out of the Crimson Blaze Palace as well. Almost as soon as Yuan Haochen's voice fell, the Palace Master of the Scarlet Blaze Palace expressed his stance, his tone also extremely cold. With the Palace Master of the Crimson Blaze Palace taking the lead, the Hall Masters of the other 6 halls, including Qingxia Hall, immediately followed suit. The elders from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Peng Lai with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Master! Peng Lai was slightly disappointed when he realized his master did not intend to bring him away. However, he was also touched by the path Duan Lingtian had paved for him before he left. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian's words were true. With his master's words, Peng Lai's status in the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil clan would no longer be ordinary. Let's go! As soon as Duan Lingtian's calm voice entered everyone's ears, he appeared next to Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen in just a flash. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the 3 women disappeared before everyone's eyes. Farewell, Master! At the same time, the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. Farewell, Lord Duan Lingtian! Farewell, Lord Duan Lingtian! Apart from that, the other people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls also bid farewell to Duan Lingtian. They did not care if Duan Lingtian, who had vanished before their eyes, could hear them or not. He left just like that. When Duan Lingtian disappeared before Huang Wenjing's eyes, her beautiful eyes dimmed. Her heart felt empty, as though she had lost something important. From now on, the Human Devil clan will have the surname Duan. Many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought to themselves after Duan Lingtian left. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian left the Wandering Saint Palace's estate with Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, he did not stop at all as he left the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Holy City, he flew towards the north. It was as though he already had a destination in mind. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly tense as a thought appeared in his mind. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to tear the void apart if I cast the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I want to return to the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land, I'll have to find the spatial barrier between the upper province and the lower province. Only by finding the location of the spatial barrier will I be able to tear the spatial barrier apart and return to the upper realm through the spatial barrier. The most direct way to find the space barrier is to go to the place where the former domain teleportation array was located. Not only is it the closest place to the spatial barrier between the land of exile and the mundane realm, but it's also the closest place to the spatial barrier between the Debussy subterranean and the lower province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had decided to head north after leaving the Human Devil Saint City. This was because the interprovince transportation formation was located in that direction. After leaving the lower province and returning to the upper province, it's time for me to avenge Walao. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were blazing with fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything. His rage was directed at Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously it was because of Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, that Elder Hua had sacrificed his own life to send him, his wife, and his daughter back to the lower province so that they could escape from death in Tang Xian's hands. He swore he would avenge Tang Xian. Moreover, when he realized he was strong enough to tear the void apart, and tear the spatial barrier apart, the first thing he did was to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The first thought that appeared in his mind was to return to the upper province and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge Hua Lao. After he had temporarily dealt with the human devil clan, the first thing he wanted to do was to return to the upper province to avenge Hua Lao. Although there were still many things he needed to do in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he wanted to search for his family. He wanted to find his parents, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Duan Nian Tian, and his family and friends. Another example was that with his current strength, he could sweep through all the major devil clans and kill all the experts of the major devil clans before the loose immortals of the devil clan could react. He could do his part for the human race. However, in the end, he still decided to return to the upper province to avenge Hua Lao. Father, mother, and the others must have gone into hiding. It won't be easy for me to find them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Yuan Haochen and the others to mobilize the human devil clan to search for his parents, wife, and children. After all, there was strength in numbers. Who knew when the devil clans would discover the whereabouts of his parents, wife, and children? If he went alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 2336. The reason Duan Lingtian did not kill all the powerhouses in the devil clans was because of this reason. After all, Duan Lingtian was wary of the forefather of the human devil clan. Although the human devil clan was under Duan Lingtian's control after the patriarch of the human devil clan had crushed the fiery blood evasion talisman and escaped, Duan Lingtian did not dare to offend the patriarch of the human devil clan. However, the patriarch of the human devil clan, Yang Jinxing, and the other bodiless celestials from the human devil clan were not included as well. After Yang Jinxing left, it was very likely that he would contact the forefather of the human devil clan who was suspected to be a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, and asked him to kill him. If he continued to stay in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the forefather of the human devil clan might be able to find him even if he did not stay in the human devil clan's territory. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to leave as soon as possible. Although my current strength can still be improved, it's not the improvement of my cultivation, martial techniques, or divine abilities. It's the improvement of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation technique, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current situation. Currently, he was an eminent celestial. It could be said that he stood at the peak of ordinary cultivators in the mundane realm. The reason he was called an ordinary cultivator was because he walked the path of cultivation that was different from the path of a bodiless celestial. Bodiless celestials were born after failing to pass the heavenly tribulation. They walked a different path, an extreme path. A 2 tribulation bodiless celestial's strength was comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was stronger than an eminent celestial. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was even stronger. As an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, or even a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the 4th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. As an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached its limit. He was waiting for the celestial ascension force to ascend to the Devata realm. Now, if Duan Lingtian wanted to increase his strength, he could only rely on the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation technique, Sovereign Heart Sword. This was because the Sovereign Heart Sword had a 5th realm, which was also the last realm. Heart and sword as one. Once he comprehended the highest level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian's strength would rise to another level. Other than that, Duan Lingtian could only improve his other abilities slightly. However, since those divine abilities did not include the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had comprehended to its peak, it did not increase his overall strength by much. Even if I comprehend the fifth stage of the sovereign heart sword, the heart and sword as one, and comprehend the other divine abilities to their peak, I'm afraid my strength would only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. This is also the limit of what I can achieve in the mundane realms. After all, I'm walking the normal path of cultivation and not the extreme path of a bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In other words, in this mundane realm, it's almost impossible for me to possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, I might not even possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought about this. To a certain extent, the mundane realm was different. Compared to the extreme path of a bodiless celestial, the normal path of cultivation was much more disadvantageous. However, the path of a bodiless celestial is even more difficult. More than 90% of bodiless celestials are killed by the heavenly tribulation. In short, there were gains and losses. Moreover, I don't think I'll be able to stay in this mundane realm for long. When I first became an eminent celestial, I didn't feel anything special. However, after I cast the elementary devouring tactic and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city and the saint stones beneath the city, my strength has risen to its peak. However, I can clearly feel that there seems to be a mysterious force calling out to me from the unseen world. Perhaps, it's the celestial ascension force that allows eminent celestials to ascend to the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was precisely because of this that he vaguely realized that he wouldn't be able to stay in the mundane plane for long. For this reason, he had to cherish his time in the mundane realm. Once the celestial ascension force arrived, he would have to ascend to the Devata realms no matter how strong he was. If I ascend to the Devata realms, I don't know when I'll be able to return. I must do my best to help my family and friends in the mundane realm before I ascend to the Devata realms. After all, if something happens to them after I ascend to the Devata realms, I won't be able to help them. Duan Lingtian's family and friends in the mundane realm were his biggest concerns before he ascended to the Devata realms. Especially Ker Si-ling, Little Fei-er, Nian Tian, and my parents. Before I ascend to the Devata realms, I must ensure their safety. Although it was difficult to do so, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He would do his best to ensure his family and friends would not encounter any danger in the mundane realm after he ascended to the Devata realms. Is that the inter-province transportation formation they set up? Before they knew it, Duan Lingtian had brought the 3 women to the location of the inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the new inter-province transportation formation that led to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land was being set up by the devil clans. As a saint inscription master, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the inter-province transportation formation was about to be completed. The inter-province transportation formation was about to be completed. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly as his celestial origin energy and saint origin surged in his body. Then, thousands of dazzling sword rays shot out of his body. After the tens of thousands of sword rays shot out of Duan Lingtian's body, they appeared around him and hovered in the air as they trembled slightly. Sword-wielding art. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the tens of thousands of sword rays hovering in the air shot out again. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of sword rays pierced through the air. Some of them were aimed at the incomplete inter-realm teleportation formation, while some were aimed at the so-called formation masters of the devil race who had set up the inter-realm teleportation formation. As for the remaining sword rays, they targeted the devil clans in the surrounding area. After a while, no! When the incomplete inter-province transportation formation was destroyed by the hundreds and thousands of sword rays, cries of agony rose and fell in the area around the inter-province transportation formation. Even if there were a few devils at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to escape death. What a joke! Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was still at the same level as when he was in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in the Human Devil Clan's territory. After leaving the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Clan's territory, although the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had weakened, he would continue to use it whenever he felt the effect of the assist-type divine ability had weakened. He would continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to replenish the effect of the assist-type divine ability. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not dare to be careless. Although it was tiring, he felt it was worth it. In other words, currently, although Duan Lingtian had only cast the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, its strength was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, or stronger devil clans who were at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage possibly withstand the attack of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial? Devour! After killing the group of devils, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the innate spiritual roots of his wife, Kerr, who was standing next to him. Naturally, during this process, Duan Lingtian was extremely careful as well. He did not dare to let Kerr upgrade her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root before she was strong enough to face the heavenly tribulation. Why you? You destroyed the interprovince transportation formation? Gan Ru Yen asked curiously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's talk when we reach the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian stopped Gan Ru Yen when he saw she was about to say something. At the same time, he brought the three women to the area near the incomplete interdomain teleportation formation that he had destroyed. This should be the place. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a white sword ray shot out of his palm. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a real sword as it appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Now that I've condensed the energy in my body into a sword ray, it's even stronger than when I used the 1000 Inscriptions Saint Sword. This must be because a part of my energy is celestial origin energy, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The celestial origin energy is superior to the mundane realm, and belongs to the Devata realm. The 1000 Inscriptions Saint Sword is only a weapon from the mundane realm. Not only is it useless to those who possess celestial origin energy, but it's also a burden. After Duan Lingtian had become an eminent celestial, he realized this as well. Chapter 2337. With my current strength, I'm afraid even the super saint weapons in this mundane realm won't be of any help to me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was formed from his celestial origin energy and saint origin. Currently, I'm afraid only celestial supreme treasures like the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler will be of help to me. Unfortunately, both the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler have been destroyed along with the 7 treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Hualao. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he thought about the few celestial supreme treasures he once possessed. A hint of sadness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about Hualao. And behind this sadness, there was a fury that seemed to be able to burn down everything. Hualao, don't worry. I'll return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Once I'm back, I'll head to the Zoroastrianism estate and kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, his gaze turned icy cold for no apparent reason. In the next moment, swoosh. Accompanied by a short-lived sword cry, the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out, and transformed into a dazzling and sharp sword ray that pierced through the sky. It was as though a sword celestial had cast the unparalleled sword-wielding technique. A sword from the west, a celestial from beyond the heavens. Swoosh! 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 As the dazzling and sharp sword light pierced through the air, a strange buzzing sound that was similar to the buzzing of a bee could be heard in the void. Then, rip! Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, A ferocious and terrifying spatial rift appeared out of thin air wherever the sword light passed. It was as if a piece of white paper had been torn open, and the gap was constantly swaying. The space barrier. It was torn apart by me just like that, Duan Lingtian discovered. Unlike the tear in the void that he usually tore, there was not a bottomless darkness behind the tear in the void. Instead, there was a green bamboo forest. It was as though there was another world behind the tear in the void. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know the green bamboo forest behind the tear in the void was the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw the green bamboo forest behind the tear in the void, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he brought Ke, Duan Siling, and Ganru Yen into the tear in the void and entered the green bamboo forest. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought the three women into the tear in the void, he felt as though he had arrived in another world. At the same time, he could clearly sense the changes in his surroundings. The most obvious change was the change in the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much higher than the human devil saint city before he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, this was just an ordinary bamboo forest. The upper province. I, Duan Lingtian, am back. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly when he sensed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He knew he had returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wow! What a dense heaven and earth spirit energy! Father, have we returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Siling, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but exclaim in surprise. She looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What's the matter?" "Yes, we've returned to the upper province," Duan Lingtian replied affectionately as he patted Duan Siling's head. "Father, you're so amazing. You tore a tear in the void just by tossing the sword in your hand. Moreover, you brought us back to the upper province in just a blink of an eye," Duan Siling said as she looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. "With Siling's innate talent, you'll be as amazing as you are in the future," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. "Really?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Siling was so excited that her eyes shone brightly. It was as though she could already see herself tearing a tear in the void and returning to the upper province from the lower province. Duan Siling was still immersed in her fantasy when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. "You! How did you become so strong?" Ganru Yen asked in shock and disbelief as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When she saw Duan Lingtian had become an eminent celestial, she did not think the patriarch of the Human Devil clan would be a match for Duan Lingtian even if the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was present. However, when the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's master, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, appeared, her confidence in Duan Lingtian was shaken. However, the final result was completely out of her expectations. In just a single blow, Duan Lingtian had killed Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, in a domineering manner. The increase in Duan Lingtian's strength had completely exceeded the scope of her understanding. In terms of grade, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is superior to those in the mundane realms. Even in the Devata realms, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is still an extraordinary divine ability, Duan Lingtian said. "This is the reason why I'm so strong after becoming an eminent celestial." Although Ganru Yen had vaguely guessed Duan Lingtian's words, she was certain her guess was correct when she heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. "But didn't you just break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage not long ago? How did you suddenly attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation?" Ganru Yen asked again. This problem was the biggest problem in her heart. She knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. She knew Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage not long ago. It was unbelievable that he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation so soon after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To be more precise, my cultivation base had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the day I attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Litian said when he saw Kerr looking at Gon Ruyen. What? Naturally, his words shocked Gon Ruyen. Even Kerr was quite shocked by this. The man in front of her had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on the same day? How's this possible? Gon Ruyen could not help but exclaim when she regained her senses. She muttered to herself. As far as I know, no matter who it is, after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they'll only be able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after they've comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. Even if they want to use someone else's Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract their own Celestial Ascension Tribulation, they'll still have to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit. Moreover, only those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above can comprehend heaven and earth. Therefore, it's impossible for one to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit before breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. You! Gon Ruyen muttered to herself. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes were filled with confusion. Indeed, you're right. Although Gon Ruyen's voice was not loud, Duan Lingtian heard her clearly. He nodded in response. Then, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly, To be honest, up until now, I'm still in a daze. A few days ago, I was able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on the same day I broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage because of the Sun Force. If it wasn't for the Sun Force, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit in just half a day. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian still felt as though he was dreaming when he recalled what had happened that day. This was because it was too unrealistic. Sun Force? You managed to comprehend heaven and earth to its limit in just half a day? At this moment, Gon Ruyen was not the only one looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. Even Kerr and Duan Xiling were shocked. Sun Force. Duan Lingtian began to explain the origin of the Sun Force. He recounted everything that had happened to him that day to Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gon Ruyen. He also recounted everything that had happened during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to the three women without holding anything back. There was no need for him to hold anything back in front of the three women. So that's how it is! After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the three women finally understood what was going on. Their beautiful faces were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's experience in the past few days had completely overturned their understanding of heaven and earth. Kerr and the other two women were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's experience. Meanwhile, Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had left the Debussy subterranean and returned to the land of exile. There was only one reason he had returned to the land of exile. The old ancestor of the Human Devil clan and the other bodiless celestials from the Human Devil clan were still in the land of exile. They had not returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land in the Saint Province realm that they had successfully invaded. Swoosh! After Yang Jinxing returned to the land of exile, he flew as fast as he could to a certain place in the land of exile. As an eminent celestial, Yang Jinxing's speed was extremely fast. As he flew above the land of exile, the void trembled as though it would cave in at any moment. About half a day later, Yang Jinxing finally came to a halt. At this time, he came before an ancient and weathered altar. He bowed respectfully to the altar. Chapter 2338. The ancient altar occupied a vast area, as if it was boundless. Around the altar there were statues of all shapes and sizes. Some were humanoid, while others were monstrous. All of them had different postures and expressions. Surrounded by these statues of different shapes like stars surrounding the moon, there was a huge statue of a human. This was a middle-aged man with a face full of curly beard. His messy hair draped over his shoulders. His figure was sturdy and tall, and his perfect muscles seemed to contain explosive strength. He stepped on a high platform with one foot. His upper body was bare, and he held an incomparably huge axe in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he looked like he was going to compete with the heavens. Ancestor! Ancestor! Yang Jinxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, said respectfully. His voice reverberated in the air around the altar, lingering in the air. The reason why this happened was because the altar was surrounded by mountains. Because of this, there was such an echo. Who is making a ruckus here? A moment later, an ice-cold voice that contained anger resounded in a timely manner. It seemed to have come from all directions. Along with this voice, a figure appeared out of thin air above the altar like a ghost. It was a burly old man in a green robe. He had a strong back and a bare waist. The old man had a head of long gray hair draped behind his back. His pair of tiger-like eyebrows gave off a dignified aura, setting off his firm square face. Grandmaster? The moment Yang Jinxing saw the face of the burly old man, he could not help but cry out in surprise. In the next moment, he looked at the robust old man again as if he had seen a ghost. The face in front of him was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, this did not mean that he had seen this old man before. The reason why he could recognize the old man in front of him was because he had seen a portrait of the old man before, and that portrait was hanging in his master's room. Martial granduncle? Hearing Yang Jinxing's exclamation, the burly old man could not help but frown. This was because he did not know the person in front of him, and he was certain that this was the first time they had met. Martial granduncle, my master is Liao Naijiang. I'm my master's last disciple, Yang Jinxing. Yang Jinxing seemed to have seen the doubts of the sturdy old man, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately showed a humble expression and introduced himself respectfully. At this very moment, Yang Jinxing's heart was in turmoil. He had never imagined that his martial granduncle, who was also his master's martial uncle, was actually still alive. Didn't he fail his tribulation long ago? Counting the time. Presently, more than 4,000 years have passed since this martial granduncle failed to transcend the tribulation. In other words, he's a four-tribulation bodiless celestial now? Yang Jinxing's heart trembled. Although he knew there were still many bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, he did not know how many there were. The only bodiless celestials in the human devil clan he knew were his master, Liao Naijiang, and the forefather of the human devil clan. The reason he knew about the forefather of the human devil clan was because after he had become the patriarch of the human devil clan, he had learned about the existence of the forefather of the human devil clan from the previous patriarch of the human devil clan. He had also learned how to contact the forefather of the human devil clan. It was precisely because of this that he had appeared here. As for the other bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, he did not know how many of them there were, nor did he know who they were. However, when he saw the old man standing in front of him, he realized that Yang Jinxing was a bodiless celestial. Among the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, one of them was his martial granduncle, Yang Xiongjun. So you're Yang Jinxing, that child's direct disciple. Upon hearing Yang Jinxing's self-introduction, the cold expression on the face of the muscular old man, Yang Xiongjuan, faded. It was replaced with a smile. I've heard of you. You're currently the patriarch of our human devil clan. Greetings, martial granduncle. At this time, Yang Jinxing also formally bowed to Yang Xiongjuan. But why did you come here personally to look for the ancestor? But what happened to the clan? Even if something happened to the clan, it should be your master coming here to look for the old ancestor. Yang Xiongjuan asked with a frown. Before today, Yang Jinxing did not know Yang Xiongjun was still alive. However, Yang Xiongjun knew Yang Jinxing was the current patriarch of the human devil clan. Apart from Yang Jinxing, Yang Jinxing's master, Liao Naijiang, who was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, was also in charge of the human devil clan. In his opinion, even if something really happened to the human devil clan, it should be Liao Naijiang who came to look for the ancestor of the human devil clan, not Yang Jinxing. Because of this, Yang Xiongjuan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Martial granduncle, master, has already passed away. As soon as Yang Xiongjuan finished speaking, Yang Jinxing muttered with a sorrowful expression on his face. His voice was filled with sorrow, causing the atmosphere and the surroundings to become heavy. What? Naijiang is dead? After the ominous premonition in his heart was confirmed, Yang Xiongjuan's face suddenly changed. He stared at Yang Zhenxing and asked in a deep voice, Who killed Nai Jiang? Was it a bodiless celestial from the Lion Devil clan or the Tiger Devil clan? Or was it a bodiless celestial from the Ox Devil clan? Yang Xiongjuan's expression darkened as he asked these questions. The devil clans he mentioned were the strongest devil clans in the devil clans. Apart from the 3 devil clans, the human devil clan was also one of the strongest devil clans in the devil clans. In Yang Xiongjuan's opinion, the human devil clans were extremely strong. In the entire exiled realm, only the bodiless celestials from the 3 devil clans would have the courage to kill a bodiless celestial from the human devil clan. None of them. Yang Zhenxing shook his head bitterly. Before he could finish, Yang Xiongjuan asked in a cold and hurried tone, Which clan of itinerant immortals did it? I'd like to know. Apart from the Lion Devil clan, the Tiger Devil clan, and the Ox Devil clan, which other devil clans would dare to provoke the human devil clan? As he spoke, Yang Xiongjuan's tone became colder and colder, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Master, he wasn't killed by a bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Yang Xiongjuan was taken aback by Yang Zhenxing's reply. He wasn't killed by a bodiless celestial from the devil clans? Then, who killed him? Martial Granduncle, the human devil clan has left the exiled realm with the devil clans and invaded the Saint Province realm. Moreover, we've occupied the Debussy subterranean realm. Yang Zhenxing realized Yang Zhenxing was unaware of this. Yang Xiongjuan was most likely unaware that the devil clans had invaded the Saint Province realm a few years ago. For this reason, Yang Xiongjuan patiently explained how the human devil clan had invaded the Debussy subterranean realm and occupied the Azure Cloud Mansion's territory. He went on to talk about recent events. He told Yang Xiongjuan about how Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had snuck into the Wandering Saint Palace and faced the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. He used someone else's Celestial Ascension Tribulation to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Moreover, he succeeded? Because there had never been such a precedent in the history of the demon race, even Yang Xiongjuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard about this. However, he was even more confused when he heard what happened next. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, cast an assist-type divine ability after he became an eminent celestial. That assist-type divine ability boosted his strength to a ridiculous level. At this point, Yang Zhenxing couldn't help but shudder in his heart. If he had not crushed the fiery blood evasion talisman in time, he would have been killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, even his master, Liao Nai Jiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, could not withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Nai Jiang was killed by him in just a single blow? The sword strike he used to kill Nai Jiang not only tore the void apart, but it even left behind a tear in the void that took about 30 minutes to completely heal. Yang Xiongjuan was dumbfounded when he learned about this from Yang Zhenxing. This is impossible! Yang Xiongjuan shook his head as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. His rationality told him that it was impossible. It was impossible for someone who had just become an eminent celestial to possess such strength. How could someone tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal? Even he did not possess such a technique. Even if he used all his strength to tear the void apart, it would only take a few moments for the tear to heal. Only a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger would be able to tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 15 minutes to heal. I'm afraid only a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger would be able to tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal. For this reason, Yang Xiongjuan did not think Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial. How could someone who had just become an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial? Chapter 2339. Impossible? Yang Zhenxing smiled wryly when he heard Yang Xiongjuan's words. He was not surprised by Yang Xiongjuan's disbelief. If he were in Yang Xiongjuan's shoes, he would not believe this as well. How could someone who had just become an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? It was as though Yang Jinxing was talking about a heavenly book. Senior granduncle, when my master was killed by Duan Lingtian, many people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls were present. If you don't believe me, you can ask them for confirmation. After taking a deep breath, Yang Jinxing looked at Yang Xiongjuan solemnly and said, "To be honest, I still find it hard to believe even until now. Even if Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability is from a Devata realm, it shouldn't be that heaven-defying, right?" As he spoke, Yang Jinxing couldn't help but shake his head. However, Yang Jinxing was unaware of this. The reason Duan Lingtian was so strong was not only because of his assist-type divine ability, but also because of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, after Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. With the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding tactic, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, with the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion, his strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is what you said true? Although Yang Xiongjuan was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. How could a mere eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? However, after Yang Jinxing's repeated affirmation and even swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Yang Xiongjuan had no choice but to believe it. The assist-type divine ability he cast is most likely a top-tier divine ability even in the Devata realms. Yang Xiongjuan sucked in a breath of cold air and guessed. It's a top-tier divine ability even in the Devata realms? Yang Jinxing was dumbfounded. However, he also felt that this was the only way to explain why Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability could give him such an exaggerated increase in strength. He's just a human brat. How could he be lucky enough to obtain such a powerful assist-type divine ability? In the end, both Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Jinxing were envious of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Of course, they did not know that the assist-type divine ability Duan Lingtian had mastered was called the elementary devouring tactic. Senior granduncle, since you've confirmed Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, shouldn't you bring me to see the ancestor now? Yang Jinxing looked at Yang Xiongjuan solemnly and said, "After all, this matter concerns the survival of our human devil clan. If we delay any longer, who knows if the Duan Lingtian will turn our territory upside down? Come with me." Yang Xiongjuan's expression stiffened when he heard Yang Jinxing's words. He beckoned to Yang Jinxing before he turned around and left. Yang Jinxing followed closely behind him. After a while, Yang Jinxing arrived at the altar with Yang Xiongjuan. Behind the altar, there was a combined concealment array formation. Under the array formation, there was a completely different world. A stone staircase led to the underground. The entire way was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. The bodiless celestials in our human devil clan usually cultivate here. Follow me and try not to disturb them. Yang Xiongjuan did not forget to remind Yang Jinxing through voice transmission as they walked down the stone staircase. All right. Yang Jinxing nodded. However, he could not help but feel puzzled. I wonder how many bodiless celestials there are in the human devil clan. Senior granduncle? Yang Jinxing could not help but ask Yang Xiongjuan. The human devil clan has always had a rule. Apart from the bodiless celestials in our human devil clan, no one is allowed to know about this. Otherwise, why didn't your master tell you that I'm still alive and have become a bodiless celestial? Yang Xiongjuan said. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinxing finally learned that this was a taboo in the human devil clan. He did not probe further. After walking all the way down the stone stairs, Yang Jinxing learned that, as it turned out, there was a vast underground palace hidden under the altar 10,000 kilometers north of the human devil clan's base in the exiled plain. As for the bodiless celestials of the human devil clan, they usually lived in seclusion and focused on cultivating while waiting for the arrival of the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. Ancestor! Soon, Yang Xiongjuan led Yang Junxing to a spacious mansion in the underground palace and bowed respectfully. Ancestor! Yang Junxing followed suit and bowed respectfully. The ancestor of the human devil clan usually cultivated in this mansion. At the same time, Yang Junxing thought to himself, I'm certain the old ancestor is at least a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I wonder if the old ancestor is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial and an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Yang Junxing knew this was not the case. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Although he was not a bodiless celestial, he had heard about the difference in cultivation bases between bodiless celestials. The higher a bodiless celestial's cultivation base was, the more heaven-defying it would be. This was especially true for 7 tribulation bodiless celestials and above. The difference in cultivation bases between 7 tribulation bodiless celestials was like heaven and earth. Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Junxing bowed respectfully, but there was no response from the mansion in front of them. In the beginning, both of them waited patiently for a response. However, after a while, there was still no response. Both of them could not help but look at each other in confusion. Xiongjuan boy? Are you looking for the old ancestor? At this moment, an indifferent voice rang from afar. Before the voice faded away, Yang Xiongjuan and Yang Junxing felt as if someone was whispering into their ears. Whoosh! A humanoid figure appeared in front of Yang Junxing in just a blink of an eye before it turned corporeal. In the end, it turned into a skinny young man who looked as though he would be blown away by the wind. This person called Senior Granduncle Boy. Yang Junxing shuddered when he recalled how this person had addressed his senior granduncle. He did not dare to underestimate this skinny young man just because of his ordinary appearance. Senior granduncle! What Yang Xiongjuan called the skinny young man next almost scared Yang Junxing out of his wits. His senior granduncle had addressed this young man as senior granduncle? Did this mean this young man's seniority was 4 generations higher than his? Who is he? Soon after, the young man's eyes landed on Yang Junxing as he scrutinized him. Yang Junxing felt as though he had nowhere to hide when faced with the young man's gaze. It was as though there were no secrets in front of the young man. Greetings, Senior. Senior! Yang Junxing. When Yang Junxing thought about the young man's seniority, he was so frightened that his body trembled slightly. He wanted to greet the young man, but he quickly realized he did not know how to address the young man. The young man was his senior granduncle's senior granduncle. How should he address the young man? Senior granduncle, he's the disciple of my junior nephew, Liao Naijiang. He's also the current patriarch of the human devil clan. Yang Xiongjuan replied to the young man in a timely manner. So you're the current patriarch of the human devil clan, Yang Junxing. I've heard of you. The young man nodded. He could tell Yang Junxing was at a loss, so he said indifferently. My surname is Xia. You can call me Senior Xia. Greetings, Senior Xia. Yang Junxing sighed in relief when he heard the young man's words. He quickly bowed respectfully at the young man. Senior Granduncle is one of the only 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials in the human devil clan. Yang Xiongjuan reminded Yang Junxing through voice transmission. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Hearing Yang Xiongjuan's words, Yang Junxing was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Why is he here? The young man asked with a slight frown on his face as he looked at Yang Xiongjuan. After all, this was a place where the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan cultivated. Apart from bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, they were not allowed to enter. Even the patriarch of the human devil clan was not an exception. The patriarch of the human devil clan held a lofty position in the eyes of ordinary human devils. However, in the eyes of the bodiless celestials in the human devil clan, the patriarch of the human devil clan was just an insignificant junior. Senior Granduncle, it's like this. Yang Xiongjuan did not dare to dawdle when he saw the displeasure on his senior granduncle's face. He quickly recounted everything that had happened. Finally, he looked at Yang Zhenxing and added, "In order to prove what he said is true, he swore on the lightning penalty oath." Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian's actions had caused a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's actions in the Wandering Saint Palace had alerted many bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan. However, now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Upper Province, he was completely dumbfounded when he heard about this matter. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? Senior Feng Qingyang is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? Duan Lingtian could still remember. Chapter 2340. When Duan Lingtian received the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he became Feng Qingyang's successor. At the same time, he succeeded Feng Qingyang and became the new successor of the Misty Rain sect. In the past, although Duan Lingtian knew he had become the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, he had no idea what the title meant. Now that he had come to the Upper Province and heard about the Seven Absolutes sect and the rumors about the Seven Absolutes sect, he had just learned that, as it turned out, the successor of the Misty Rain wasn't an ordinary title. It was both a supreme honor and a heavy responsibility. The Misty Rain lineage was the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. The successor of the Misty Rain sect in each generation was the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. As long as the successor of the Misty Rain sect did not appear, the Seven Absolutes sect would not have a sect master. This was the iron law of the Seven Absolutes sect. I didn't expect. After learning about the Seven Absolutes sect and the successor of the Fog Rain sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head. His face was filled with shock, and he was still in a daze. Previously, when he was still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had yet to be sent back to the lower province, he had only heard rumors about the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. However, he had never heard of the Seven Absolutes sect before. Only now did he know. As it turned out, there was such an ancient sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, this sect had once suppressed Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect until they could not even lift their heads. The Seven Absolutes sect was so powerful during Senior Feng Qingyang's era. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to regain his senses, he could not help but feel his blood boiling when he learned about the Seven Absolute sect's past. It was as if he had completely immersed himself in the glorious days of the Seven Invincible sect. That era was not only the era of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, but it was also the era of the Seven Absolute sect. I remember that when I was still in Windfall Nation in the lower province, I heard the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, who's also Tian Wu's master, mention the Seven Absolute sect. However, at that time, I've never heard of the Seven Absolute sect. She must have seen the 10,000 Swords territory and thought of the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the Fog Rain successor. After all, my myriad sword domain came from the successor of the Misty Rain sect, Senior Feng Qingyang. Now that he recalled some of the past, Duan Lingtian also came to a realization. It seems like the sect leader of Windfall Nation's Drift Blaze sect should be a member of the Seven Absolute sect as well. Moreover, it's very likely that she's the previous successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. After all, her direct disciple, Tian Wu, is the current successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. When Duan Lingtian returned to the upper province and heard the news of the Seven Absolutes sect's reappearance, he learned about the achievements of the current successors of the Seven Absolutes sect in the upper province. This included the achievements of Feng Tianwu, his soulmate whom he had been dreaming of. Feng Tianwu, the current successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had killed the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The White Tiger King was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Tian Wu was able to kill him a few years ago, This means she was already stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Tian Wu obtained such a great fortuitous encounter, and became so powerful after coming to the upper province. All this while, Duan Lingtian had been searching for Feng Tianwu. During the process of searching for Feng Tianwu, he was extremely worried about Feng Tianwu's safety, and he was deeply afraid that something had happened to Feng Tianwu. If something happened to Feng Tianwu, not only would he not be able to accept it, but he would also not be able to explain himself to his uncle, Feng Wu Dao. When Duan Lingtian learned about Feng Tianwu, he could not help but sigh in relief. At the very least, he was certain Tianwu was safe. When Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, he felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart when he thought about her current achievements. I didn't expect Tianwu to be a member of the 7 Absolutes sect just like me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who found out he was the successor of the 7 Absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, sighed emotionally when he thought about how he and Tianwu had unknowingly become disciples of the 7 Absolute sect. Of course, after this exclamation, Duan Lingtian sighed again. Also, I didn't expect Xuanai to become a member of the 7 Absolute sect. The Xuanai that Duan Lingtian was referring to was naturally Han Xuanai, the eldest miss of the Debussy subterranean Green Wave Han mansion. She was also someone Duan Lingtian had known since a long time ago, and had always regarded her as his own little sister. Duan Lingtian had already found out about Xuanai leaving the Green Wave Han mansion when he was still in the lower province. However, he had never expected that. He did not expect Xuanai to achieve so much in the upper province after leaving the Green Wave Han mansion. Han Xuanai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, killed sect leader Su of Zhuangzi Buddhism the moment she was born and was ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the news that Duan Lingtian had heard. Sect leader Su of Zhuangzi Buddhism was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After so many years, Xuanai is already strong enough to kill him. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the time when he first met Han Xuanai. The young girl from back then had unknowingly grown to such a shocking level. Duan Lingtian felt happy for Han Xuanai from the bottom of his heart. Then, he sighed emotionally. There are only 7 absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect, currently. Apart from myself, the people I know, including myself, are 6 of the 7 absolutes. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Why do I feel like all of this was deliberately arranged by someone? Duan Lingtian could not help but think this way. Apart from the mysterious successor of the prophet progeny who was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, Duan Lingtian knew the other 5 absolutes in the 7 Absolute sect. Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai. They were the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Red Dust progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Nangongchen and Nangong-yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Apart from Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian also knew Gu Li, Yu Wuing, Nangongchen, and Nangong-yi. I can't believe senior brother Gu Li is also a member of the 7 Absolute sect, the successor of the 3rd absolute, the Kratos progeny. It seems like the matter he said he was going to do after leaving Zoroastrianism has something to do with the 7 Absolute sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Gu Li. He was a friend he had made in the Debussy subterranean. Later on, they came to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and joined one of the 3 great sects of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the Zoroastrianism. However, Gu Li had left Zoroastrianism a few years ago. According to what he said in the past, he had a very important matter to attend to. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out Gu Li's current identity. The matter Gu Li was going to do after leaving Zoroastrianism was most likely related to the 7 Absolute sect or the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Senior brother Gu Li's current strength is not bad. His current cultivation base should be at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Currently, Guli was not as famous as Feng Tianwu and Han Xuanai in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, as the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, he had attracted the attention of many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after a few battles. For this reason, Duan Lingtian learned about the Seven Absolutes sect when he returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The current successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, was none other than Guli. And Yu Wuing? Isn't he father's subordinate? How did he suddenly become the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? Duan Lingtian was confused when he found out Yu Wuing was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Although he did not have much contact with Yu Wuing, he had heard of him before. He knew Yu Wuing was a capable person by his father's side. In fact, when he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion, many people said Yu Wuing was like his father, Duan Rufing's shadow. Don't tell me Yu Wuing is someone else? Is he not father's subordinate? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. No! How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Father's subordinate, Yu Wuing, is skilled in the Tao of assassination, and the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is also skilled in the Tao of assassination. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. A few years ago, he successfully assassinated a high priest at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Heaven Divination sect. Duan Lingtian learned about this when he heard about it. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, was skilled in the Tao of assassination, just like his father, Duan Rufin. For this reason, Duan Lingtian suspected they were the same person. The brothers, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, in particular, have also become members of the Seven Absolute sect. They should be in the Azure Cloud Mansion with Uncle Feng and the others. How did they end up in the upper province? Moreover, they're the successors of the Didymus progeny, the sixth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect? Chapter 2341. There were only 7 absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the leader of the Seven Absolute sect. Apart from him, there were only 6 absolutes left. Amongst the current generation successors of the 6 absolutes, apart from the mysterious and unfathomable second absolute, the Heaven's Secret progeny, Duan Lingtian knew all of the other 6 successors of the 5 absolutes. Moreover, they were all people he was familiar with. This is too much of a coincidence. No! Even if it's a coincidence, it can't be this coincidental. Why do I suddenly feel like this Seven Absolute sect is owned by my family? Everyone inside is familiar with each other, and they're all on the same side. It's as if the successors of each absolutes have been decided by each of us. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he thought about this. This was too much of a coincidence, right? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? It did not matter if the others believed it or not, Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. Father, what are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring Si Ling? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his daughter, Duan Si Ling's voice rang in his ears, causing him to regain his senses. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about some friends. Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted Duan Si Ling's head. However, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and his 3 daughters were in a bustling city in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were sitting in a room near the main hall of the busiest restaurant in the bustling city. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the customers in the main hall of the restaurant. The Seven Absolute sect has reappeared? When Ganru Yen heard the customers outside mentioning the Seven Absolute sect, she could not help but feel shocked. As the direct disciple of the guardian of Zoroastrianism, it was only natural that she knew more about the Seven Absolute sect than ordinary people. It was a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. During the era when the number one sword cultivator, Feng Qingyang, was in the Tao martial saint land, that sect suppressed the three great sects, including the Zoroastrianism, to the point they could not even lift their heads. If it was not for the fact that the sword saint Feng Qingyang did not have the intention to annihilate the three great sects during that era, it would have been difficult for the three great sects to resist Feng Qingyang even if they joined forces. In fact, Feng Qingyang was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword cultivator in the history of the Tao martial saint land. The number one swordsman in history, what kind of honor was that? The appearance of the Seven Absolutes sect. The disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect are all outstanding talents. Especially the few female disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect. Each of them is like a pearl that attracted the attention of the entire upper province. Gan Ruyen did not know when, but a hint of shame could be seen in the depth of her eyes. As the youngest female disciple of the Zoroastrianism prodigy, Gan Ruyen had always been proud of her achievements. However, after learning about the deeds of the few female disciples from the Seven Absolutes sect a few years ago, this was the first time she truly understood what it meant by "there's always someone better than you out there." In front of the female disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect, she was completely overshadowed. There was no glory to speak of. However, with my current innate spiritual root, my cultivation base will definitely improve by leaps and bounds when I return to the upper province. I'll be able to catch up to them sooner or later. The moment Gan Ruyen thought of this, the sense of inferiority in the depths of her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of confidence. Her biggest source of confidence was her innate spiritual root. It was a dark violet innate spiritual root. When she was still in the lower province, with the help of her dark violet innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was already faster than when she was in the upper province. It should be noted that the cultivation environment in the lower province could not be compared to the upper province at all. The reason her cultivation speed in the lower province was faster than when she was in the upper province was because of this. After she returned to the lower province, her innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root with Duan Lingtian's help. Now that she had returned to the upper province, it was only natural for her to find out. From this day onwards, her cultivation speed would definitely soar by an extremely exaggerated amount compared to before. The sword saint of the Seven Absolutes sect, Feng Qingyang. At the same time, Kerr finally regained her senses from the discussion in the restaurant. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked through voice transmission, "Brother Tian, isn't Senior Feng Qingyang the person who left you the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword?" As a woman whom Duan Lingtian was willing to sacrifice his life for, there were many things that Duan Lingtian had told Kerr. For this reason, Kerr knew Duan Lingtian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword. She also knew the person who left the legacy behind was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, who was also her man's master. Yes. Upon hearing Kerr's question through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately replied through voice transmission. The first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, the Fog Rain successor, is indeed Senior Feng Qingyang who left me the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword. I remember when I obtained the legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang, I became the new Fog Rain successor as well. However, at that time, I didn't know what the Fog Rain successor meant. I didn't know the relationship between the Fog Rain successor and the Seven Absolutes sect at all. I didn't even know the Seven Absolutes sect existed. After replying through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply through voice transmission, realization dawned on Kerr. She continued to say through voice transmission, "In that case, Brother Tian, you must have only just found out that you've become the sect leader of an ancient sect with a long history." "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. He could not help but smile wryly. "I didn't expect there would be such a huge trap waiting for me after I obtained Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy." The sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect was not only an honor, but it was also a responsibility. Back then, when Feng Qingyang was still around, the seven absolute sect had suppressed the three great sects so much that they could not even lift their heads. When Feng Qingyang ascended, most of the successors of the absolutes in the seven absolutes sect had ascended as well. Due to that, the seven absolute sect was faced with a shortage of successors. Due to that, the three great sects launched a counterattack on them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They were almost annihilated at one point. This was also the reason the seven absolutes sect had almost disappeared from the Dao Martial Saint land. The three great sects would send out powerhouses to annihilate anyone who obtained information about the seven absolute sect. They wanted to completely annihilate the seven absolute sect to avenge their humiliation. Apart from wanting to avenge their humiliation, they were also worried that another monstrous genius like Feng Qingyang would appear in the seven absolute sect and lead the seven absolute sect to a new height of glory, suppressing the three great sects again. For this reason, countless people from the seven absolute sect had died in the hands of the three great sections. I've accepted the Sovereign Heart Sword's legacy left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang and become the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Although I accepted the legacy without knowing anything about the seven absolute sect, it also means I've accepted the responsibility of being the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Since he had accepted the legacy left behind by the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and became the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to ignore his responsibilities as the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Now that I'm the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, I'm also the sect leader of the seven absolute sect. As the sect leader of the seven absolute sect, I'll have to settle the score with the three great sects. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Although the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes was not directed at the three women in the room, they could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they saw Duan Lingtian's gaze from the side. The entire room fell silent immediately. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the floor. What a coincidence! I've returned to the upper province to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to avenge Hua Lao. I'll start with Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, to repay the blood debt the three great sects owed the seven absolute sect. The flames of hatred in Duan Lingtian's eyes intensified. He had decided to do something for the seven absolute sect before he ascended to the Devata realm. He wanted to annihilate the three great sects. As the successor of the Misty Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, and the sect leader of the seven absolute sect, it was his duty. Let's return to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Duan Lingtian stood up hastily and said to the three women. Since they could sense Duan Lingtian's anxiousness, the three women did not say anything. They immediately stood up and left the room with Duan Lingtian. They walked through the lobby and out of the restaurant. They were about to leave. When Duan Lingtian and the others walked past the bustling main hall, many people's eyes were on Ke and Gan Ruyen. This was because the two women were too dazzling. A peerless face and a perfect figure. The moment she appeared, it seemed to cause everything around her to be overshadowed by her. Most importantly, the two women looked exactly the same. Two peerless beauties who looked exactly the same, but had different temperaments. No matter where they went, they would always be an eye-catching scenery. Humph! When Duan Lingtian sensed the unbridled gazes that were directed at him, he could not help but stop in his tracks. He snorted coldly. This cold snort seemed to be flat, yet when it entered into the ears of all the customers in the restaurant, it was like a thunderclap that shocked them to the point their souls trembled. Chapter 2342. His cold aura swept out, causing everyone in the restaurant to feel as though their hearts and souls had been frozen. This was especially true for the male customers who were looking at Ke and Gan Ruyen. They felt the cold aura even more keenly. They hurriedly retracted their unbridled gazes. After retracting their gazes, they instinctively turned to look at the purple-clad figure walking in front of them. The purple-clad figure was tall, and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. However, the cold aura he exuded seemed to be able to freeze the air. At this moment, the entire restaurant fell silent. It was only when the purple-clad young man led the group of 4 out of the restaurant that the customers in the restaurant regained their senses. When they came back to their senses, their faces were filled with relief as if they had just survived a calamity. How terrifying! That purple-clad young man is too terrifying. That's right. He didn't even look at us. Just the cold aura that emanated from his body made me feel as if my heart had been frozen. At that moment, I almost couldn't feel my own heartbeat. I feel the same way. Not only did I feel as though my heart had been frozen, but I also felt as though my soul had been frozen as well. At that moment, my consciousness seemed to have become blurry. I even felt as though I was about to die. What kind of powerhouse is that purple-clad young man? Just the cold aura he exuded was already so terrifying. If he makes a move, how earth-shattering would it be? After Duan Lingtian led Kerr, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen out of the restaurant, the customers in the restaurant could not help but discuss among themselves. Most of them had a look of relief on their faces. At the same time, a thunderous voice suddenly resonated from outside the restaurant. "Brat! It's your daughter's fortune that my master has taken a liking to her innate talent. If you're smart, quickly ask your daughter to kowtow and acknowledge my master as her master." This cold shout was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and it instantly attracted the attention of the customers in the restaurant. After a short while, some of the customers began to leave the restaurant to watch the commotion. Naturally, most of the customers continued to stay in the restaurant and did not join in the commotion. "It's that purple-clad young man. Someone has taken a liking to his daughter. That young girl who's about 12 or 13 years old is actually his daughter. That young girl looks very similar to that pair of beautiful women. It seems like that pair of beautiful women are his wives. He's a winner in life. Regardless of whether he's a winner in life or not, he seems to have encountered some trouble." Amidst the clamor, the remaining customers in the restaurant's lobby paid their bills and left the restaurant one after another, arriving outside the restaurant. Soon, outside the entrance of the restaurant, they saw the group of people who had just passed by the restaurant's lobby. There was a purple-clothed youth, a pair of peerlessly beautiful twin sisters, and a peerlessly beautiful young girl. She was leaning against the purple-clad young man and said, "Father, they're so annoying!" The young girl was referring to was a group of 3 people standing opposite them. The group of 3 people was led by a skinny old man. The old man had white hair and white eyebrows. He wore a brocade robe that accentuated his extraordinary temperament. With just a glance, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Behind him stood 2 plainly dressed middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men was skinny and stood there like a bamboo pole. The other middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. He took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with his huge eyes. Waves of aura swept out from his body, trying to oppress Duan Lingtian. The cold shout that was filled with the smell of gunpowder earlier was also from this person. "What's going on?" "I don't know. I just came out as well. It seems like the old man in brocade robes took a fancy to the young girl next to the purple-clad young man and wanted to take her as his disciple. However, the purple-clad young man rejected him. The young girl next to the purple-clad young man is his daughter. According to the young girl, it's enough that she has her father to teach her. She doesn't need any teacher or master." At the same time, the group of people who came out to join in the fun also realized what was going on. "Scram!" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the burly middle-aged man's cold shout. He glanced at the other party coldly and spoke indifferently. He had intended to rush back to Zoroastrianism. However, he did not expect to be stopped as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant. It was fine if he was stopped by someone. After all, the other party had taken a fancy to his daughter's innate talent and wanted to take his daughter as his disciple. It was understandable. As the saying went, everyone has the heart to love talent. However, what infuriated him was this. After he expressed that he was not interested in his daughter becoming the other party's disciple, the other party's servant actually threatened him. Whoosh! When the old man in brocade robes heard Duan Lingtian telling him to scram, his calm expression changed. The burly middle-aged man behind him looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. "Boy, you dare to tell me to scram? Do you know with my strength, it's as easy as killing a chicken for me to kill you? When the burly middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned colder and colder. When the burly middle-aged man's words spread, the people in the surroundings felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. A mere cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage dares to say it's as easy as killing a chicken for him? Duan Lingtian sneered. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed before the crowd could even react to the situation. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of the burly middle-aged man like a ghost. He stretched out his hand like an iron clamp, and before the burly middle-aged man could even react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Duan Lingtian was about the same height as the burly middle-aged man, but he was slightly slimmer. However, when Duan Lingtian grabbed the burly middle-aged man's neck and lifted him off the ground, it did not look right. 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The purple-clad young man said the burly middle-aged man is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How's that possible? A cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is a force to be reckoned with in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not only that, but the burly middle-aged man is only a servant of the finely dressed old man. I think it's impossible as well. I think the purple-clad young man wants to use the burly middle-aged man to show off his strength. That's why he said the burly middle-aged man's cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's possible. Although Duan Lingtian said the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, no one believed him. However, apart from the people around him and the burly middle-aged man, no one believed what he said. They all thought that he was exaggerating. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were very few cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the very least, there were only about 10 people at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although the city they were in was bustling, it was not considered a big city in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rare to even see a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there were some people who knew the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For example, the finely dressed old man and the skinny middle-aged man standing behind the finely dressed old man. At this moment, he saw Duan Lingtian appearing out of thin air in front of his companion, and grabbing his companion's neck with one hand before lifting him up. Most importantly, his companion did not seem to have any strength to fight back at all. The skinny middle-aged man was stunned. You. Who are you? The finely dressed old man asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. Bang! Duan Lingtian casually tossed the burly middle-aged man to the ground before he returned to Duan Xiling's side. He looked at the finely dressed old man calmly before he said indifferently, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain sect, 7 Absolutes sect. 7 Absolutes sect. The successor of the Fog Rain sect. The finely dressed old man's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the skinny middle-aged man standing behind the finely dressed old man, the burly middle-aged man who was tossed aside by Duan Lingtian, and the others present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. This purple-clad young man was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect? In recent years, the 7 Absolutes sect had been the hottest topic in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Very few people would talk about the 7 Absolutes sect without mentioning it. Up until now, apart from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, all the successors of the 7 Absolutes sect's 7 Absolutes had appeared. For this reason, everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was curious about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. They were curious about what kind of person he was, what kind of cultivation base he had, and how strong he was. Most of the people present on the scene were curious as well. However, they did not expect that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would appear. One day, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, would appear before their eyes. The people present on the scene were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's identity as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. I was wondering when an eminent celestial like you appeared in the upper province of the Martial Saint Land. As it turns out, you're the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Chapter 2343. Based on the finely clad old man's words, it was obvious he had seen through Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base through Duan Lingtian's attack. An eminent celestial. However, based on his tone, one could tell he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, he did not seem to be afraid of Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, he did not reveal any other emotions. Based on his calm expression, it was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian was a threat at all. Although the finely dressed old man was able to remain calm when he saw Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, it did not mean others could remain calm as well. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, is actually an eminent celestial? The moment the brocade-robed old man finished speaking, the eyes of the bamboo-like middle-aged man standing behind him could not help but violently shrink. His thin face was filled with shock. The burly middle-aged man who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian and had just managed to get up from the ground trembled violently when he heard the finely dressed old man's words. At this moment, he felt chills running down his spine. No wonder my saint origin couldn't break through the shackles of his energy even after I exerted all my strength earlier. As it turns out, he's an eminent celestial. In that case, everything that happened just now can be explained. The burly middle-aged man was shocked when he found out the purple-clad young man he had provoked was an eminent celestial. Fear still lingered in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't kill me. Otherwise, I would have died. The burly middle-aged man was relieved when he thought about this. He was only a martial cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint's celestial stage. An eminent celestial could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. When the burly middle-aged man recalled what he had said to the purple-clad young man, he could not help but blush. How could he kill the purple-clad young man as easily as killing a chicken? The other party could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. The two middle-aged servants by the old man's side were already so shocked when they heard the old man's words, let alone the crowd of onlookers present. Half-step celestial? Did I hear wrongly? He said. Half-step immortal? After the crowd of onlookers came back to their senses one after another, one of them took the lead and asked in surprise. He even suspected that he had misheard. You didn't hear wrongly. He did say eminent celestial. Soon many people followed to confirm. He said the successor of the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, is an eminent celestial? That's right. It's no wonder the Seven Absolute sect's misty rain successor was so fast. I didn't even catch a glimpse of him when he arrived in front of the burly middle-aged man. It was too fast. If he's a half-step immortal, it's only natural for him to possess such speed. If he's an eminent celestial, he shouldn't be lying, right? He said the burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put aside the fact that he's an eminent celestial, his identity as the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's misty rain successor and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect wouldn't lie. Moreover, with his identity, he wouldn't lie. Does this mean the burly middle-aged man is really a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? As the crowd discussed among themselves, they realized they had been overthinking things. The burly middle-aged man was most likely a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural that a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to withstand a single blow from an eminent celestial. An eminent celestial. I've only heard of such a powerhouse before. This is my first time seeing one. Me too. I didn't expect the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, to be an eminent celestial. Moreover, he looks so young. It's understandable. The strongest female disciples in the Seven Absolute sect are suspected to have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, it would be strange if he's not an eminent celestial. Indeed. When the group of people discussed animatedly again, their gazes landed on Duanling Tian in unison. They stared fixedly at Duanling Tian as though they wanted to imprint this person deeply in their minds and engrave him in their hearts. Eh? An old woman suddenly exclaimed. Isn't he Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism? Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism? As the old woman took the lead to speak, more and more people began to carefully size up Duanling Tian's face. Gradually, they began to feel that Duanling Tian looked familiar. Memories from a few years ago began to surface in their minds. He's indeed Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism. I've seen his portrait before. I've seen his portrait as well. However, that was a few years ago. I didn't recall it earlier. No wonder I thought he looked familiar. As it turns out, he's Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, when he revealed his identity earlier, apart from saying he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, he also said his name is Duanling Tian. He did say his name is Duanling Tian. This Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism from a few years ago, has become the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? Isn't this a little too big? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! As more and more people recognized Duanling Tian's handsome face, they began to realize something. Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism from a few years ago, and the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, were the same person. Aren't the Seven Absolutes sect and Zoroastrianism sworn enemies? That's right. Not only is the Seven Absolutes sect sworn enemies with Zoroastrianism, but it's also sworn enemies with Zhanzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Why would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, be the guardian of Zoroastrianism? Many people were puzzled by this. All of you are really stupid. Can't Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, join Zoroastrianism as a spy to gather information about Zoroastrianism? If that's the case, it makes sense. Many people who were puzzled by Duanling Tian's identity as the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and a member of the Seven Absolutes sect were instantly enlightened. However, isn't Duanling Tian's improvement in strength a little too exaggerated? At this moment, someone said, I think. A few years ago, he defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In just a few years, he had already become an eminent celestial? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? It's indeed a little exaggerated. Could it be that he's mistaken? For a moment, the gazes of everyone present fell on the old man in embroidered clothes in unison. Earlier, the finely dressed old man was the one who had said Duanling Tian was an eminent celestial. If the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, possessed a cultivation base at the level of an eminent celestial, they would not be surprised, perplexed, or suspicious even though they were shocked. However, Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, was no stranger to them at all. This was because he had become famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a few years ago. He was Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, whose strength was second only to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In just a few years, Duanling Tian, who had not even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had become an eminent celestial. Was this possible? Was this realistic? Although the strongest person present on the scene was only at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, and had not experienced the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still possible. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've heard of how pigs run. For this reason, they knew how difficult it was to break through to the 9th form. As it turns out, your Duanling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who shook the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a few years ago. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy in the Dao martial saint land after Pei Si Hai. The brocade-robed old man ignored the skeptical gazes of the crowd. His gaze on Duan Lingtian turned colder and colder. It seems like you've been concealing your cultivation base a few years ago. That's why they thought you haven't even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The brocade-robed old man continued to say, however, you can't hide your cultivation base from me. You're indeed an eminent celestial. The brocade-robed old man was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him indifferently. Do you think you can stop me from taking your daughter as my disciple just because you're an eminent celestial? Do you really think eminent celestials like you are the strongest in the mundane realms? The brocade-robed old man's words were filled with confidence. His words shocked everyone present into a daze. Eminent celestials. Aren't they the strongest in the mundane realms? Why does it sound like eminent celestials aren't the strongest in the mundane realms? Many people were shocked. However, most of them thought the old man was spouting nonsense. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "You're right." Chapter 2344. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had just walked out of the restaurant, his gaze had been attracted by the finely dressed old man who was walking towards him. This was because the finely dressed old man gave him a sense of familiarity. Previously, he had only felt this way from Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not certain the finely dressed old man was a bodiless celestial like Liao Naijiang. There were many reasons why he was certain the finely dressed old man was a bodiless celestial. First, it was because of the feeling he had earlier. Second, it was because of the two middle-aged servants by the finely dressed old man's side. The burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the skinny middle-aged man was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The finely dressed old man either had an extraordinary background or was at least an eminent celestial to be able to make such a person his servant. Third, the finely dressed old man had seen through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base as soon as he attacked the burly middle-aged man. Only an eminent celestial would be able to see through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Fourthly, the brocade-robed old man did not seem flustered at all after he revealed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was that of an eminent celestial. This proved the finely dressed old man was not afraid of Duan Lingtian even if he was an eminent celestial. In fact, this proved the finely dressed old man was at least a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Fifth, only a three-tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to detect his daughter's innate talent through his divine consciousness. Based on all these factors, Duan Lingtian was certain the finely dressed old man was not an ordinary person. He was certain the finely dressed old man was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you really think I can't tell you're a bodiless celestial? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not doubt the finely dressed old man's words. You know about bodiless celestials? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the finely dressed old man was slightly taken aback. He was surprised that Duan Lingtian knew about bodiless celestials. However, before Duan Lingtian could reply, the finely dressed old man nodded and said, I almost forgot. Not only are you a guardian of Zoroastrianism, but you're also the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. You're the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. It's only natural you're aware of bodiless celestials. The finely dressed old man's words was not surprising. If I'm not mistaken, you're a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? The finely dressed old of the celestial stage had the finely dressed old us upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. The finely dressed old man was not surprised at all. After all, only a three-tribulation bodiless celestial or above could look down on an eminent celestial. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to guess that he was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Humph! My lord is a four-tribulation bodiless celestial! Right at this moment, the bamboo middle-aged man standing behind the old man in embroidered clothes spoke with a proud expression to Duan Lingtian. Four-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He could not help but shudder in his heart. If a four-tribulation bodiless celestial unleashes his full strength, he'll be able to tear a hole in the void. He's much stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. The finely dressed old man was the second bodiless celestial Duan Lingtian had encountered. If he was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be much stronger than the three-tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Nai Jiang. A smug smile appeared on the skinny man's face when he saw the solemn expression on Duan Lingtian's face after he spoke. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was confident. He was certain this eminent celestial, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, would push his daughter out to be his lord's disciple. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the smile on his face froze. He even wondered if he was dreaming. "Let's forget about what happened today. If you dare to be so aggressive, I'll kill you," Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the finely dressed old man indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he was not afraid at all when he learned the finely dressed old man was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, he was in a hurry to return to the Zoroastrianism. He did not want to cause any trouble. Although this was a small matter to him, he was confident he could kill a mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if it was possible, he did not want to kill the finely dressed old man. After all, the finely dressed old man was a human, a bodiless celestial. When the devil clans invaded the upper province in the future, human bodiless celestials would be the backbone of the human race. It would be a great loss to the human race if he killed the finely dressed old man. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. If the finely dressed old man was not aggressive, he would not make a move. He planned to let the finely dressed old man live. "How dare you! How dare you!" As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the bamboo-skinned middle-aged man and the burly middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Then they shouted at Duan Lingtian in unison. "Stop! If you dare to be aggressive again, I'll kill you!" They did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to provoke them. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant after finding out their master was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. How dare a mere eminent celestial overturn the heavens? When the bamboo-clad middle-aged man and the burly middle-aged man shouted at Duan Lingtian in unison, the finely dressed old man was so enraged that his body began to tremble violently. His expression had turned completely grave. "Duan Lingtian, it seems like although you're the successor of the Seven Absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, and you know about bodiless celestials, you don't know about the levels of bodiless celestials." The finely dressed old man, who was enraged and filled with killing intent, said coldly, "Fine. Before you die today, I'll let you understand the levels of bodiless celestials. Two tribulation bodiless celestials are as strong as eminent celestials like you. Three tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. Four tribulation bodiless celestials like me are stronger than three tribulation bodiless celestials. If I make a move, I'll be able to tear a hole in the void. If I find the right place, I'll be able to tear a hole in the void and travel between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." The finely dressed old man revealed the strength of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. "Before I die?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the finely dressed old man's words. Based on the finely dressed old man's words, Duan Lingtian knew the finely dressed old man wanted to kill him. The finely dressed old man was determined to kill him. Two tribulation bodiless celestial? Three tribulation bodiless celestial? Four tribulation bodiless celestial? What's a bodiless celestial? Why are there so many levels? As soon as the finely dressed old man finished speaking, his robe fluttered as he prepared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves when they heard the finely dressed old man's words. Did he say that a three-tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial? I heard that as well. Moreover, he said he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, so he's even stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he can tear a hole in the void and tear a hole in the void to travel between the upper and lower province. Based on what he said, is he even human? That's the ability of a celestial, right? At the same time, the group of onlookers was inexplicably shocked as they recalled the words of the brocade-robed old man. They did not know about bodiless celestials. In fact, they had never even heard of bodiless celestials before this. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian instantly cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he sensed the finely dressed old man was about to make a move. Swoosh! A whirlpool appeared and overlapped with Duan Lingtian as it emitted a devouring force. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by him. As expected of the upper province, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than the lower province. In just a blink of an eye, the elementary devouring tactic that I cast has reached its limit. After about a breath, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the celestial origin energy in his body had risen to its peak state. If he unleashed his full strength, he could even tear a hole in the void that would take 30 minutes to heal. The finely dressed old man, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, was the first to notice the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. He looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Your assist-type divine ability is pretty good. You managed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. However, do you think an assist-type divine ability like you, an eminent celestial, is comparable to a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial like me? Today, I, Qinyi Ru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, shall kill the successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny. The finely dressed old man, Qinyi Ru, glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, After I kill you, my name will go down in history. After all, the successor of the 7 absolute sect's fog rain progeny is hard to come by. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of seeing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings being devoured, they heard Qinyi Ru's words. At this moment, they realized what was going on. Qinyi Ru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, was going to make his move. Chapter 2345. The successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain lineage, was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. This was not a secret to the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because the 7 absolute sect would only enter the world when the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was born. After all, every generation sect leader of the 7 absolute sect was the successor of the Misty Rain sect. As long as the successor of the Misty Rain sect did not appear, it meant that the 7 absolute sect was without a leader. So what if a masterless sect entered the world? In the end, they were like a sheet of loose sand. Due to this reason, when the 7 absolute sect entered the upper province a few years ago, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were aware of the situation. The successor of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the fog rain progeny, must have been born. Ever since then, everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, including most of the people present on the scene, was curious. Who was the successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny? However, the successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny, had appeared before everyone. At the same time, they learned that, as it turned out, they had heard of the current successor of the 7 absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny. However, he had another identity at that time. Protector of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. He said he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's even stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial. I wonder if he's just bragging. When the crowd saw Qinyi Ru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, they could not help but mutter to themselves. Now, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and it was completely silent. Therefore, this person's murmur clearly entered the ears of everyone present, and it was especially piercing to the ears. Humph! Almost at the same time, Qinyi Ru, who was about to attack Duan Lingtian, paused slightly and then let out a cold snort. Puchi! Accompanying the cold snort was the faint sound of something being penetrated. The next moment. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the person who had been muttering earlier fell to the ground and crashed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. When he fell, his eyes were still wide open. He died with a grievance. In between his eyebrows, there was a hideous and terrifying bloody hole. Blood was still gushing out from it like a fountain. Just looking at it made people feel cold all over and their hair stand on end. Hiss! 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 Immediately, everyone present gasped. When they looked at Chen Yiru again, their eyes were full of fear and dread. Just because he casually said something about him, he was killed by him. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even see how Chen Yiru killed the person lying on the ground. As expected of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. With just a casual glance, a beam of light shot out of his eyes is comparable to the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. Among those present on the scene, only Duan Lingtian had seen how Chen Yiru killed the person. A beam of light shot out of his eyes and pierced the person's glabella, killing him instantly. With this as an example, no one dared to say anything even if they doubted Chen Yiru's strength. They only dared to think about it in their hearts or communicate through voice transmissions with their friends. At this moment, the atmosphere turned even quieter. Although Chen Yiru had killed the person, the people present on the scene still had no idea how strong he was. After all, even if a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above made a move, they would not be able to catch a trace of it. Therefore, most people still doubted whether Chen Yiru's strength was as strong as he had said. We'll find out soon enough if he's as strong as he says. The battle between him and Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is imminent. Let's fight! Let's fight! Let's see how strong Duan Lingtian is since he's already an eminent celestial. Although the people present on the scene did not dare to speak recklessly, they could not help but mutter inwardly. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru. One of them was the former guardian of the Zoroastrianism, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. He was also the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. The other person was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial who claimed his strength was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Was the latter boasting shamelessly? Once the two of them fought, the outcome of the battle would be revealed. From today onward, Duan Lingtian no longer exists in the mundane realm, Chen Yiru said coldly as he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His robes fluttered in the air. The rolling power was like a storm that wreaked havoc around his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Shameless boasting! Duan Lingtian smiled contemptuously when he heard Chen Yiru's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactics surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. His celestial origin energy was mixed with his saint origin. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had not held back, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy that surged out of his body would have been enough to tear the void apart. You'll find out soon enough if I'm boasting shamelessly or not, Chen Yiru sneered. The moment he raised his hands, the power that swept out from his body surged again. It was like a layer of waves in the sea that soared into the sky. Chen Yiru stood there with his back against a wave of energy. He was like a deity, carrying with him a seemingly endless divine might. Today, I, Chen Yiru, will kill Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. At the same time, Chen Yiru's arms shook violently. At this moment, the energy behind him that was like a raging wave began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it transformed into a thick and heavy saber that was extremely solid. The gigantic saber was formed by the energy surging out of Chen Yiru's body. It emitted an oppressive aura. It was as though a primordial ferocious beast was sleeping in the gigantic saber, and would wake up at any moment. At Chen Yiru's current cultivation base, weapons in the mundane realm, including the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, would not be of much help to him. Not only would they not be of much help to him, but they would also be a burden to him. A mere four-tribulation bodiless celestial dares to act so arrogantly in front of me, Duan Lingtian? Today, I'll show you that even if I'm only an eminent celestial, I won't need more than 10 moves to defeat you. Upon hearing Qin Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he sneered. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the energy that surged out of his body had already transformed into hundreds and thousands of white sword rays that hovered around his body. At this moment, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was surrounded by a rain of swords. However, this rain of swords was under his control. They revolved around him continuously, like agile dragons swimming in the air. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, causing Duan Lingtian's purple robes to flutter. Duan Lingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Qin Yiru contemptuously. A hint of disdain could be seen on the corners of his mouth. It was as though he did not take Qin Yiru seriously at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not take Qin Yiru seriously at all. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned about bodiless celestials and the strength of bodiless celestials. At the same time, he knew Qin Yiru was not weak at all. With his current strength, he was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, or even a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. With such confidence, how could he take a mere 4-tribulation bodiless celestial seriously? However, Qin Yiru, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, was oblivious to Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian even if he was given 100 guts. You won't need more than 10 moves to defeat me? Qin Yiru was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, a furious expression appeared on his face as he said, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 10 moves. I, Qin Yiru, will only need 3 moves to kill you. As soon as Qin Yiru finished speaking, he made his move again. He stood motionless on the spot, but the thick and heavy saber in his hands that was formed entirely from the energy that surged out of his body was held upright by him. He pointed it straight at the sky as if he was going to fight with the heavens. Buzz! 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 A series of saber cries rang out as Qin Yiru's heavy saber began to glow with saber light. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. The saber ray continued to grow until it was more than 100 meters long. However, the attention of the people present on the scene was not on the saber ray. Is that a tear in the void? It seems like it. He can really tear the void? Heavens! Even an eminent celestial can only tear the space around the pseudo-realm that he created and leave a tear in the void that serves as an entrance to the pseudo-realm. It's not difficult for those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to open a tear in the void near a pseudo-realm created by an eminent celestial as long as they can sense the existence of the pseudo-realm. However, the tear in the void doesn't seem like an entrance to a pseudo-realm created by an eminent celestial. Chapter 2346. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the huge saber in Qin Yiru's hand that was pointing at the sky shot out a saber ray that was more than 100 meters long. The saber ray rubbed against the air and emitted a crisp sound. The frequency of the sound was no different from the sound of firecrackers. Rip! Rip! As the sound of firecrackers rang in the air, the sound of something being torn apart rang in the air as well. The sound came from the saber ray in Qin Yiru's hand. Black cracks that resembled tiny black snakes appeared in the air around the saber ray in his hand. They were ferocious and terrifying void rifts. These cracks appeared and disappeared as quickly as they appeared. However, every time they appeared, they would appear in groups, giving people a kind of visual shock, and even more so, making people feel a chill down their spines. After all, only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be able to tear apart space and leave cracks in the air. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this. Perhaps, an eminent celestial would be able to create a tear in the void near the pseudo-realm. However, the tear in the void could only be the entrance to the pseudo-realm. At most, one could only tear a crack in the air near a pseudo-realm since there was only one entrance to a pseudo-realm. Even if he's an eminent celestial and there's a pseudo-realm nearby, it's impossible for him to leave so many cracks in the void. The people present on the scene felt their scalps go numb when they saw the cracks in the air around the saber ray in Chinyiru's hand. Because this was completely beyond the scope of their understanding. After all, even an eminent celestial would not be able to tear space apart so easily and leave so many cracks in the void. Could it be that he's not lying? Is he really a four-tribulation bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial? Although I don't know what a four-tribulation bodiless celestial is, based on what I know, an eminent celestial can ascend to a higher realm and become a celestial. I'm afraid only a celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial, right? Immortal. You mean this old man is an immortal? Apart from immortals, who else can tear apart space so easily and casually, and leave cracks in the void? As Chinyiru gathered his strength, the saber light in his hand tore through space, leaving behind cracks in the void. Everyone present was shocked again. At the same time, the doubt in their eyes when they looked at Chinyiru disappeared and was replaced with admiration. In their eyes, the brocade-robed old man in front of him was already an immortal. Although they did not know why there was such a powerful existence in the mundane realm, however, this did not affect their respect for this old man who could easily tear space apart. Duan Lingtian, take this! As Chinyiru let out a beast-like roar, his body began to expand in front of everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant that was over 100 meters tall. The thick and heavy saber in his hand also merged with the saber aura that was more than 100 meters long, turning into a giant saber that was more than 100 meters long. A giant and a saber. At this moment, Chinyiru stood with his saber in hand. He looked like a god of sabers that had descended to the mortal realm. Peerless! Chinyiru, who had transformed into a giant that was over 100 meters tall, suddenly cried out. His voice was like a thunder god's roar that reverberated in the ears of everyone present on the scene. At this moment, no! Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base felt their eardrums rupture. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices and were on the verge of death. Chinyiru's cry was extremely terrifying. This was only the beginning. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time as Chinyiru's shout, the 2 spiderweb-like cracks that had appeared on the ground beneath his feet spread even further, turning into a bottomless gully. When the onlookers rose into the air and dodged the ravines that formed from the cracks on the ground, the gigantic saber that Chinyiru was holding with both hands, which was pointing at the sky, finally came crashing down. Buzz! 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 Wherever the huge saber passed, the sound of the saber was deafening. Cracks appeared in the void that quickly closed after a while. It was as though there were small black snakes flashing in and out of the void. During this process, the power that Chinyiru had been restraining in his saber was completely unleashed as the saber whistled through the air. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Chinyiru's huge saber whistled out, a terrifying energy surged out in all directions like a raging sea. Instantly, bang! 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 Those who had just risen into the air and were close to Chinyiru were affected by the energy that swept out from Chinyiru's huge saber. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They did not even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding void and the surrounding ground were all shrouded in a bloody mist, turning the place crimson red. Boom! Rumble! When the bloody mist appeared, the restaurant in front of them was shrouded in the power of Chinyiru's huge saber. In an instant, it collapsed and turned into ruins. Those who crawled out were all covered in blood. It was unknown if they were still alive. It was not only the restaurant that was affected. Even the surrounding buildings collapsed and turned into ruins when they were affected by Chinyiru's power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It happened only when Chinyiru drew his saber that the onlookers did not even have time to react. Buzz! At the same time, the earth-shattering sound of the saber rang out. It was the huge saber in Chinyiru's hand. It covered the sky and covered the sun. It was powerful enough to split Mount Hua. It whistled and whistled as if it could destroy everything in its path. At this moment, Chinyiru seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. He had unleashed a peerless attack. And this saber strike of his was named Peerless. Peerless Saber. How dare you call it peerless with such little power? Is it worthy? However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled disdainfully as he faced Chinyiru's peerless saber ray. He easily protected the three women by his side as he faced the saber ray that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. It was as if he did not care about Chinyiru's saber at all. Go! Seeing Chinyiru's peerless saber, which had the power to tear the void apart, Duan Lingtian calmly uttered a word. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian uttered this word. Swoosh! 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 The hundreds and thousands of white sword rays that were hovering around Duan Lingtian shot out again in just a blink of an eye. The sword gleams continued to expand and condense in front of him, forming a huge sword net that was like a layer of protective shield. During this process, the sword rays that formed the net of swords left cracks in the void that looked like tiny black snakes as they shot through the void. These void rifts opened one after another, and then closed again not long after. However, because the hundreds and thousands of white sword lights were too dazzling, even Chinyiru himself didn't notice the spatial cracks that appeared and disappeared frequently, otherwise, he would have noticed it. When the hundreds and thousands of sword rays shot out from Duan Lingtian's sword, they were as powerful as Chinyiru's peerless saber. Buzz! 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 The sound of saber whistling reverberated in the air. Chinyiru, who had transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall, wielded the huge saber that was more than 100 meters long and landed on the net of swords that had formed in front of Duan Lingtian. Break! Chinyiru roared again when the huge saber was about to land on the net of swords. His voice was like a clap of thunder that temporarily suppressed the sound of saber whistling. In the end, Chinyiru's huge saber that was more than 100 meters long finally landed on the net of swords. Boom! When the saber landed on the net of swords, it was as though the saber had landed on the surface of the sea. It caused the surface of the sea to tremble and sink. After a few moments, boom! 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 When the huge blade that was over 100 meters long pressed down on the sword net until it trembled to the extreme, the two of them exploded at the same time. Two vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble. The air was constantly compressed and rubbed against each other, and numerous ferocious cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, the enormous mushroom cloud formed by the collision of the two forces also emitted waves of extremely terrifying shock waves that swept in all directions. It carried a strength that seemed to be able to engulf the entire world as it continued to spread. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air. These loud noises came from an area of 1,000 meters with the mushroom cloud as the center. The shockwaves from the mushroom cloud flattened the land within 1,000 meters of the mushroom cloud. Apart from a few powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage who managed to escape, the rest of the onlookers were killed. Even Chinyiru's two servants, one at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and the other at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had retreated 1,000 meters away from the mushroom cloud. Swoosh! 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 The sound of the wind could be heard clearly. Based on this, one could see how quiet the scene was. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Chinyiru were hovering in the air. Chapter 2347. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was flattened. Even the ground had a crater that was a few hundred meters deep. During this process, not only were the buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters flattened and huge craters were blasted into the ground, even the people present were killed by the aftershock of the explosion. How terrifying! Is that even a human strength? Although I've never seen an eminent celestial before, I've read about them in some ancient books. There were descriptions of battles between eminent celestials, but it wasn't as terrifying as this. Don't tell me you think they're eminent celestials? Didn't you see that the old man who called himself a fore-tribulation bodiless celestial was able to tear the void apart? Even Duan Lingtian is able to tear the void apart, right? I saw it as well. Earlier, when the sword rays shot out from Duan Lingtian's body and formed the sword net, there were indeed many cracks in the void. It's obvious that their first exchange ended in a draw. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't just an eminent celestial. The few people who had managed to escape from the 1,000-meter radius of Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru were shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru again. When their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Initially, they were skeptical about whether Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial or not. However, they no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to be just an eminent celestial. This was because Duan Lingtian's strength had far surpassed that of an eminent celestial. In fact, he was comparable to a celestial from a higher realm. So this is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? The current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect? When they thought of this, their hearts trembled again. How is this possible? He actually managed to block Milord's peerless blade, and was even able to fight Milord on equal footing? How is this possible? Presently, it wasn't just the few surviving existences at the Saint Celestial stage and above who were shocked by the scene before their eyes. Even Chen Yiru's two servants were horrified. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't Duan Lingtian an eminent celestial? How could a mere eminent celestial withstand the all-out attack of their lord, a fore-tribulation bodiless celestial? After all, although the peerless saber was not their lord's strongest technique, it was enough to kill a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone an eminent celestial. Is it possible that he's a fore-tribulation bodiless celestial as well? When Chen Yiru's two servants recalled how Duan Lingtian and Chen Yiru were evenly matched earlier, they could not help but think to themselves. Duan Lingtian was not an eminent celestial, he was a fore-tribulation bodiless celestial. What happened? There was such a huge commotion earlier. Heavens! Look over there. The land within a radius of 1,000 meters has actually turned into ruins. Moreover, there's a huge crater in the ground. The crater must be at least a few hundred meters deep, right? Even if two eminent celestials in the mundane realms fought, they wouldn't be able to create such a huge commotion, right? After all, the ground and the materials used to construct the buildings in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land are extremely high-grade. The materials from the Debussy subterranean can't compare to them. That's right. Even then, not only was the land within 1,000 meters flattened, but there's even a crater that's a few hundred meters deep. The commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land attracted many people since it was considered a bustling city. These people came from all over the city, and their numbers were increasing. There are a few people over there. Soon after, someone saw a few people hovering in the air outside the crater. These people were none other than the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive and Chen Yiru's two servants. There are a few people over there as well. At the same time, someone noticed a few figures hovering above the crater that was hundreds of meters deep. These figures were none other than Duan Lingtian, Duan Xiling, Ganru Yen, and Chen Yiru. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was hovering in the air, protecting Ke and the other two women. His expression was calm and indifferent. Chen Yiru's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It took him a long time before he regained his senses. Who can tell me what's going on here? Let's go. Let's go and ask. A group of people who had heard the commotion quickly arrived near the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive. They began to ask them what had happened. If it was any other time, these people who were at the Saint Celestial stage and above would naturally be arrogant, and would not bother to answer these people's questions. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru's strength, they realized how insignificant they were. They were like ants in front of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru Yen. They could not even withstand a single blow. If they had not been lucky earlier, they would have been killed by Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru Yen. After all, the shockwaves from Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru's battle could easily wipe them out. That purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian, the former guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Currently, he has another identity. He's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. He's the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. His strength surpasses eminent celestials. Earlier, the few Saint Celestials who were at the Saint Celestial stage and above no longer acted arrogantly as they patiently recounted everything that had happened. The people who had come to watch the show were shocked. Duan Lingtian, the former guardian of the Zoroastrianism, is actually the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. The sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect? Duan Lingtian's strength surpasses eminent celestials in just a few years. Moreover, he can even tear space apart and leave cracks in the void when he attacks? Indeed, tearing space apart isn't something an eminent celestial can do. Aren't eminent celestials the peak of the mundane realms? Once an eminent celestial becomes an eminent celestial, he'll be guided by the celestial ascension force to ascend to a higher realm and become a true celestial. However, it's extremely difficult for a celestial to return to the mundane realms. However, the strength they displayed is clearly above the strength of an eminent celestial. How do you explain this? I'm certain their strength is comparable to a celestial. I just don't know how they managed to raise their strength to such a level. That finely dressed old man, Qin Yiru, seems to call himself a four-tribulation bodiless celestial? The people who had just arrived began to discuss among themselves when they regained their senses. All of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru's strength. Qin Yiru? Did all of you say the old man's name is Qin Yiru? Also, you said that Qin Yiru used a saber and shouted peerless when he used his technique? A middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar suddenly asked with a horrified expression on his face as he looked at the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive. Yes. Although they did not know why the middle-aged scholar asked this question, they still nodded. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how Qin Yiru had made his move. However, they were 100% certain that Qin Yiru was using a saber and had shouted the words matchless. Heavens! He can't be that person, right? The middle-aged scholar seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He was dumbstruck. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you recognize him? Who's he? Hey! If you recognize him, hurry up and tell us who he is. Is it fun to keep people in suspense? Soon after, the people around the middle-aged scholar could not help but urge him to speak. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar finally regained his senses. He gulped before he continued to say, I've been keeping an eye on the Supreme Saint ranking for a long time. In fact, I've often read the previous Supreme Saint ranking. Get to the point. Before the middle-aged scholar could finish speaking, many people frowned and interrupted him. I'm about to get to the point. The middle-aged scholar frowned when he was interrupted. He continued to say, I remember the person who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago was none other than Qin Yiru. Moreover, Qin Yiru was also known as Qin Sandao at that time. Qin Sandao was a famous saber cultivator prodigy in that era. He fused martial tactics and divine abilities to create three extremely powerful saber techniques. They were the Peerless Saber, the World-Cleansing Saber, and the World-Annihilating Saber. The middle-aged scholar paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. He studied the finely dressed old man in the distance as though he was trying to confirm if the old man was the person from 5,000 years ago. You mean Qin Yiru is Qin Sandao who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago? Chapter 2348. It must be a coincidence. The middle-aged scholar shook his head in response to the question. Coincidence? How can there be such a coincidence? The finely dressed old man is also called Chin-Yi-Ru, and he uses a saber as well. Moreover, he shouted peerless when he attacked earlier. It's very likely that he used the peerless saber technique. That's right. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? In my opinion, Chin-Yi-Ru is the powerhouse who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said it was a coincidence. However, the people around him rejected his words. It was fine if the name was a coincidence. It was fine if the weapon was a coincidence. How could the name of the saber technique be a coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? Moreover, all of them happened to the same person. To be honest, I don't think there's such a coincidence. The middle-aged scholar could not help but smile wryly. However, according to the records of the Supreme Saint ranking, Chin-Yi-Ru, who was ranked second 5,000 years ago, failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation 4,000 years ago, when the Celestial Ascension Tribulation descended. He failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Along with the middle-aged scholar's words, the surrounding group of people were instantly dumbfounded. They were all dumbstruck. In their opinion, this was not the case. Failure to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation meant death. If Chin-Yi-Ru had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation 4,000 years ago, it was impossible for him to be the finely dressed old man today. Are you sure Chin-Yi-Ru from 5,000 years ago failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Many people looked at the middle-aged scholar skeptically. Take a look for yourselves. The middle-aged scholar raised his hand and took out an ancient book. It was an issue of the Supreme Saint ranking from more than 4,000 years ago. The book contained records of Chin-Yi-Ru's failure to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The people around him fell silent when they saw the records. Could it be that Chin-Yi-Ru is a descendant of Chin-Yi-Ru? Could it be that he's named Chin-Yi-Ru to commemorate his ancestor? Soon, someone made such a guess. That's possible. If that's the case, it makes sense for this person to be able to use the peerless saber. Many people nodded in agreement. Humph! At this moment, Chin-Yi-Ru's two servants couldn't take it anymore. They snorted coldly in unison, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment. Our master is Chin-san now, Chin-Yi-Ru, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago. Don't make wild guesses if you are ignorant. As he finished speaking, the burly middle-aged man's tone was mixed with a bit of anger. Who said that failure to transcend the tribulation would definitely result in death? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. The middle-aged man with a bamboo pole glanced at the surrounding people with disdain and mocked. Earlier, the group of people who had rushed over to join in the fun had learned about the identity of the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man from the few Saint Celestials who were lucky enough to survive. They knew they were the servants of the embroidered-robed old man whose strength far surpassed eminent Celestials. The burly middle-aged man was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, the crowd was wary of the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man. However, when they heard the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man's words, they were dumbfounded. He's really Chin-san now, Chin-Yi-Ru, who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago. Failure to transcend the tribulation doesn't necessarily mean death? Regardless of whether it was the words of the burly middle-aged man or the bamboo middle-aged man, at this moment, they were so shocked that the hearts of the group of people who came to join in the fun fiercely twitched. However, what shocked them the most was the skinny middle-aged man's words. Who said that failure to transcend the tribulation would definitely result in death? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. While the words of the bamboo middle-aged man ridiculed them for being frogs at the bottom of a well, it seemed as though he had opened the door to a new world for them. Failure to transcend the tribulation doesn't necessarily mean death? The people in the surroundings, regardless of whether they were Saint Celestial stage powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive earlier or those who had rushed over to join in the fun, shifted their gazes to the middle-aged man with a bamboo pole. Sir? You said failure to transcend the tribulation doesn't necessarily mean death? The middle-aged scholar who had mentioned Qin Yi Ru was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking 5,000 years ago, asked respectfully, as he looked at the bamboo-skinned middle-aged man. Although the few Saint Celestials who were lucky enough to survive did not mention the skinny middle-aged man's cultivation base, he knew the skinny middle-aged man's cultivation base. However, in his opinion, if one of the finely dressed old man's servants was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was no doubt the other servant was not weak as well. For this reason, he did not dare to be rude when he asked the skinny middle-aged man's question. When the middle-aged scholar asked the skinny middle-aged man's question, the crowd began to look at the skinny middle-aged man with a burning gaze. Of course! The skinny middle-aged man seemed to enjoy everyone's attention as he said matter-of-factly, "When a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage discovers he can't transcend the Celestial Ascension tribulation, there's still a chance for him to successfully detach his soul from his body and escape." And after his soul left his body and escaped, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the skinny middle-aged man began to talk about bodiless celestials. He also mentioned that bodiless celestials could not reincarnate, that bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation every 1,000 years, and that bodiless celestials were divided into 9 stages. Only after successfully transcending 10 bodiless celestial tribulations would one be able to ascend a second time. The introduction by the middle-aged man overturned the understanding of the surrounding group of people, causing them to be stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Bodiless celestials? They had to face 10 bodiless celestial tribulations in 10,000 years? They could die at any time during this process? Only after successfully transcending 10 bodiless celestial tribulations would one be able to ascend a second time and ascend to a Devata realm? A 1 tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A 2 tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength was comparable to an eminent celestial? A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people who had survived the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qin Yi Ru felt as though their world had been turned upside down. A door to a new world was opening in front of them. As it turns out, bodiless celestials still exist in this world. Bodiless celestials are so strong that they're comparable to real celestials. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. To think that I thought eminent celestials were the strongest in the mundane realms. A frog at the bottom of a well. I was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Many people could not help but sigh when they finally regained their senses. So that's how it is, that's how it is. Calculating the time, it's been exactly 4,000 years since Chen Sandao, Qin Yi Ru, failed his heavenly tribulation. Since Lord Qin Yi Ru is still alive, it's only natural that he has overcome 4 bodiless celestial tribulations and become a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The middle-aged scholar nodded his head in realization. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, the few people who had survived the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qin Yi Ru finally understood what a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was. It was as Qin Yi Ru had said. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was much stronger than an eminent celestial. Duan Lingtian, the former guardian of the fire worship sect, the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, and the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, managed to come to a draw with Lord Qin Yi Ru. Doesn't this mean his strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Someone exclaimed in shock. Impossible! Lord Qin Yi Ru, didn't you say Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial? At his level, it's impossible for him to misjudge Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Someone questioned. Humph! At the same time, one of Qin Yi Ru's 2 servants, the burly middle-aged man, scoffed before he said, "Only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to tear a hole in the void. Only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and above are able to tear space apart and leave cracks in the void." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from that, no matter how powerful an ordinary 3 tribulation disbanded celestial is, it's impossible for him to tear open space and leave a crack in the void. Naturally, This applies to ordinary 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials who have obtained divine abilities or celestial supreme treasures from the Devata realms would be able to tear a hole in the void as well. The burly middle-aged man continued to say, with the help of divine abilities and celestial supreme treasures, his strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, or even stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The burly middle-aged man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said confidently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, the strength he displayed earlier is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as the burly middle-aged man finished speaking, everyone turned to look at the purple figure hovering above the huge pit. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Qin Yi Ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, who had been deep in thought for a long time, finally regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Chapter 2349. If I'm not mistaken, the assist-type divine ability you cast must be from the Devata realm. Qin Yi Ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, said as he stared at Duan Lingtian. The greed in his eyes burned brighter and brighter. Although he sounded like he was asking a question, his tone was filled with certainty. He was certain this was because he had extended his divine consciousness earlier to investigate the surroundings. He discovered that the surrounding area was extremely dense. In the surrounding area, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles had become extremely thin. It was similar to where he was currently. Based on this, he was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area was extremely dense. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding 10,000 miles had been completely devoured by Duan Lingtian earlier. Due to this reason, it had yet to fully recover. Naturally, Qin Yi Ru could roughly guess how much the world energy within a radius of 10,000 miles would increase a person's strength by when they were gathered together and bestowed upon him. It was not impossible for the heaven and earth spirit energy to raise the strength of an eminent celestial to the level of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a short time. Qin Yi Ru was shocked by how Duan Lingtian was able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in such a large area. He could tell the assist-type divine ability Duan Lingtian had mastered was not an ordinary divine ability. At the very least, it was not from the mundane realm. Devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area? Such an assist-type divine ability would not be an ordinary divine ability even in the Devata realms, let alone the mundane realms. It was most likely a high-grade divine ability. Greed rose in Qin Yi Ru's heart when he thought about this. He could not wait to take the assist-type divine ability for himself. Oh? You can even tell? Duan Lingtian glanced at Qin Yi Ru indifferently when he heard Qin Yi Ru's words. Humph! I'm a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. With my powerful divine consciousness, it's easy for me to probe your cultivation base. I'm certain you're only an eminent celestial, not a bodiless celestial. Qin Yi Ru scoffed. An eminent celestial's strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial after casting an assist-type divine ability. No one would believe you if you say the assist-type divine ability you've mastered isn't from the Devata realms, Qin Yi Ru said confidently. He was certain he had guessed Duan Lingtian. A divine ability from the Devata realm? Qin Yi Ru did not deliberately suppress his voice, so it clearly reached the ears of the group of people within 1,000 meters. For a moment, their pupils shrank, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Even Qin Yi Ru's 2 servants were dumbfounded by what they saw. Although their master had discovered Duan Lingtian was an eminent celestial, they were certain their master had made a mistake, or that Duan Lingtian had used some technique to conceal his cultivation base. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be an eminent celestial. Moreover, according to their master, Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability was from the Devata realms. Although the burly middle-aged man had mentioned the divine ability from the Devata realms to the people around him, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so confident. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had not mastered an ordinary divine ability in the Devata realms. What a joke! An eminent celestial who cast an assist-type divine ability had the strength of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Such an assist-type divine ability would be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. The assist-type divine ability Duan Lingtian has mastered must be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. Both the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man were shocked. Based on Master Qin Yiru's words, Duan Lingtian has mastered an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms? I thought Duan Lingtian is a bodiless celestial as well. However, it seems like I was wrong. Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. The reason he's so strong is because he has mastered an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. An assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms? It's said that the movement divine ability Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, has mastered is also an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. Is it possible that Zoroastrianism has a way to obtain a divine ability from the Devata realms? After all, Duan Lingtian was once a guardian of Zoroastrianism. Now that you mention it, it's possible. Meanwhile, a group of people who were standing 1,000 meters away from the Devata realms began to discuss among themselves. They suspected that the assist-type divine ability Duan Lingtian had mastered from the Devata realms was most likely from Zoroastrianism. After all, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had also mastered a movement divine ability from the Devata realms. Moreover, the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had mastered was widely acknowledged as the number one movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're smart. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Based on his words, he confirmed Qin Yiru's guess. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd gasped in shock. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air from 1,000 meters away. It came from the group of people who were watching the show from afar. After they received confirmation from Duan Lingtian, they could not help but gasp. Duan Lingtian had really mastered an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. For a time, many people's eyes lit up as they stared at Duan Lingtian with greed. At this moment, it was as though they had become the hunters while Duan Lingtian had become the prey. They had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian was not an easy target. After all, they did not have the ability to kill Duan Lingtian. Greed was enough to make people lose their minds. This sentence was not false at all. As expected, after Qin Yiru received confirmation from Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up like two bright stars in the night sky. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian! Qin Yiru looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as he said in a clear voice, I have to admit that your combat strength is not inferior to mine after you cast your assist-type divine ability. However, I didn't use my full strength earlier. What I cast earlier was the weakest of my three saber techniques, the Peerless Saber. After the Peerless Saber, there's the World-Cleansing Saber and the World-Annihilating Saber. If I cast the World-Cleansing Saber, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. If I cast the World-Annihilating Saber, you'll definitely die. Qin Yiru's words were filled with confidence. As he spoke, he seemed to have confirmed one thing for himself. He thought Duan Lingtian had unleashed his full strength without holding back earlier. That was why he was evenly matched with the Peerless Saber that he had cast. So? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently when he heard Qin Yiru's words. If you're willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll share your assist-type divine ability with me after you've mastered it, I, Qin Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, will swear on the lightning penalty oath that I'll spare your life. At this point, Qin Yiru didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention of saying those words. His purpose for doing this was also very simple. He wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. If I can master that assist-type divine ability, I don't have to master it to its peak. As long as I can master it to the same level as Duan Lingtian, I won't be afraid even if I have to face a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Thinking of this, Chen Yiru couldn't help but feel excited. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was in a dilemma. Under his threat, Duan Lingtian would definitely obey his request and swear on the lightning penalty oath obediently in order to survive. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, the group of people who were 1,000 meters away also had their eyes trained on Duan Lingtian. They were curious. Would Duan Lingtian obediently obey Chen Yiru's request? Naturally, they thought Duan Lingtian had done his best. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had unleashed his full strength while Chen Yiru had held back. Therefore, it should not be difficult for Chen Yiru to kill Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Chen Yiru finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. Ha! Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Chen Yiru's expression darkened. He was about to lose his temper when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian said mockingly with a disdainful expression on his face, "What world-cleansing saber? What world annihilation saber? It's nothing more than a petty trick like your peerless saber. Do you think I've unleashed my full strength earlier?" Duan Lingtian said mockingly as he looked at Chen Yiru. What do you mean? Chen Yiru's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and sensed Duan Lingtian's confidence. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully. He raised his hand and a beam of white light shot out of his palm before it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that emitted a sharp aura. In the next moment, sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the 3-foot-long sword in his hand shot out like a meteor toward Chen Yiru. Swoosh! The sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. Rip! 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 Chapter 2350. Previously, Duan Lingtian had only casually defended himself against Chen Yiru's peerless saber. He did not even use any martial techniques or divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not feel angry when he heard Chen Yiru's threat. Instead, he laughed as though he had just heard a joke. To him, Chen Yiru's threat was indeed the biggest joke in the world. Did Chen Yiru think Duan Lingtian had used his full strength earlier? Little did Chen Yiru know that Duan Lingtian's strength was at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Chen Yiru's sword-wielding art. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer intended to toy with Chen Yiru. He immediately used the sword-wielding art, the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh! The 3-foot-long sword that was formed from celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin energy tore through the air like a shooting star in the night sky, dazzling everyone's eyes in an instant. Swish! 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 It was like a shooting star that tore through the sky. Everywhere it passed, space shook and collapsed, and it left behind numerous narrow, long, and savage spatial rifts that were like numerous thick black pythons. Although these void cracks were constantly healing after they were opened, they were too long and narrow. Therefore, it would take at least 15 minutes for them to completely heal. The cracks in the void were not something the cracks in the void could compare to. The former were like thick black pythons, while the latter were like small black snakes. The former would take about 15 minutes to heal, while the latter would only take a blink of an eye to heal. Impossible! Chen Yiru cried out in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian unleashing the sword-wielding art, and easily tearing open the terrifying spatial rifts in the air. His expression changed drastically, and a hint of disbelief could be seen on his face. At this moment, his tone was mixed with endless terror. It was as if the end of the world had arrived and he was about to die. Chen Yiru's reaction was, naturally, due to the long and narrow crack in the void that Duan Lingtian's sword had left behind. He could tell Duan Lingtian's attack was far stronger than what he could withstand. His attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Chen Yiru also noticed that he had been locked onto by the sword chi. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, and in his shock and anger, he strangely calmed down. Saber of Purification! After calming down, Qin Yi Ru immediately unleashed the energy that he had been accumulating for a long time. The moment Qin Yi Ru's body was completely enveloped by the cold aura, his entire body blossomed with dazzling light like the sun. With Qin Yi Ru's body as the center, an extremely sharp energy swept out in all directions. It was as if the Saber God was enraged and had descended to punish the world, wanting to exterminate all living beings in this world. If someone was above Qin Yi Ru and looked down, they would be able to see a 360-degree shockwave with Qin Yi Ru at the center seemed to have transformed into a saber of purification. It shot out countless saber rays in all directions as though it was going to purify everything. Wherever the shockwave from the saber light passed, the void would crumble. Cracks would appear in the void and spread in all directions. Oh no! As soon as Qin Yi Ru unleashed the blade of purification, the expressions of his two servants changed drastically. They immediately soared into the air and shot toward the horizon as fast as they could. It was as though something terrifying would happen if they continued to stay where they were. Saber of Annihilation! After casting the Saber of Purification, Qin Yi Ru did not hesitate to cast the most powerful saber attack he could muster. The name Saber of Annihilation alone gave people the feeling that it could destroy the heavens and earth. Buzz! 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 Along with the buzzing sound of the saber, Qin Yi Ru's energy skyrocketed. Finally, it transformed into thousands of saber rays that merged into one and transformed into a gigantic saber. From afar, it looked as though it could pierce through the heavens and earth. It could hold up the heavens and stand on the earth. Rip! 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 At the same time, countless cracks appeared in the void around the gigantic saber. Although they were slightly narrower than before, they were not as wide as the cracks Duan Lingtian left behind when he wielded his sword in the air. Saber of Annihilation! As soon as the shockwave from the world-cleansing saber collided with Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long sword, the gigantic saber that had appeared above Qin Yi Ru's head began to descend. Buzz! The gigantic saber seemed to be able to tear apart half of the sky as it slashed down. It seemed as though it contained boundless energy as it targeted Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Wherever the gigantic saber passed, it seemed as though thousands of saber rays had struck at the same time. The ear-piercing sound of the saber rang continuously. Rip! 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 As the gigantic saber slashed down, the originally calm void began to crack inch by inch, leaving behind countless tiny cracks in the void. In just a blink of an eye, the cracks had closed up again. The Saber of Annihilation had opened up the heavens and earth. Black Turtle's Barrier! In the face of Qin Yi Ru's Saber of Purification, Duan Lingtian's energy surged out of his body and formed the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle around him and the three women to protect them. He did not need to use any martial tactics or divine abilities to block Qin Yi Ru's peerless saber. Now that he had cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it was not difficult for him to block Qin Yi Ru's Saber of Purification. The Saber of Purification's energy was not much stronger than the peerless saber because it was too scattered. As for the Saber of Annihilation that opened up the heavens and earth, this is the Saber of Annihilation? That's all there is to it. Duan Lingtian sneered as he thought to himself. Instantly, the 3-foot-long blade that he controlled with the Imperial Sword technique suddenly changed directions and met the enormous blade light that descended from the sky and seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. Whoosh! Wherever the 3-foot-long sword passed, long and narrow spatial cracks would appear. It was as if the space was a fragile piece of paper that could be easily sliced and torn apart. Waves of ice-cold and sharp aura continuously swept out from the 3-feet-long green sword. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. When Duan Lingtian used the sword-wielding art to block Qin Yi Ru's world-destroyer saber, Qin Yi Ru's world-cleansing saber collided with the black tortoise's silhouette that enveloped Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and the others. Immediately. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering explosions, the black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently. In the end, the world-cleansing saber did not manage to break through the black tortoise's silhouette's defense. It did not manage to break through Duan Lingtian's defensive divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, until the moment it was destroyed. Naturally, the world-cleansing saber was only destroyed when it swept toward Duan Lingtian. In another direction, the world-cleansing saber continued to expand. In just a blink of an eye, it annihilated the group of people who were watching the show from 1,000 meters away. These people did not even have the chance to react before they were killed. That was not all. After the world-cleansing saber annihilated these people, it continued to sweep in all directions in the city as though it was going to annihilate all the living beings in the city. Swoosh! At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade that Duan Lingtian controlled with the sword-wielding art that seemed to be aided by the gods collided with the world annihilation saber that seemed as though it could split heaven and earth apart. Swoosh! 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 After a brief stalemate, the world-cleansing saber destroyed the world-cleansing saber. The gigantic world-cleansing saber could not withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long sword. It was annihilated in just a blink of an eye. They're not even on the same level. Although Qin Yiru had prepared himself mentally, he could not help but feel despair when he saw the outcome of the world-cleansing saber after he cast his 2 most powerful saber techniques. At the same time, he roared in his heart. How did Duan Lingtian obtain such a heaven-defying assist-type divine ability? Qin Yiru finally realized. Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability was even more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, he realized something. Previously, Duan Lingtian had only casually gathered his energy to block the world-cleansing saber. He did not use any martial tactics or divine abilities at all. If Duan Lingtian had used any martial tactics or divine abilities, his strength would be comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. The numerous spatial rifts that would take approximately 15 minutes to completely heal were once again reflected in Qin Yiru's eyes, causing him to be completely disheartened. Qin Yiru did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed his true strength, it was not his true strength. He had not even used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination, to become one with the sword. Swoosh! Qin Yiru closed his eyes in despair when he saw the world-cleansing saber that had crushed his world-cleansing saber. It was as though he was waiting for death to decide his fate. My lord! Chapter 2351. Swoosh! Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, the sword light locked onto Qin Yiru and whistled through the air, getting closer and closer to Qin Yiru. 100 meters. 50 meters. 20 meters. When the 3-foot-long sword was only a foot away from Qin Yiru, it suddenly stopped in a way that completely ignored inertia and transcended reality. It floated in the void and emitted waves of cold and sharp sword chi. Qin Yiru could not help but open his eyes when he sensed the ice-cold sword chi surging toward him. He discovered that the sword ray had pierced through the air. Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long blade was floating between his brows, and it was only a foot away from him. If it moved a little closer, it would be enough to kill him. He didn't kill me? When Qin Yiru thought of this, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. He no longer cared about the joy he felt from surviving the calamity. Naturally, there was a hint of dread in his eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength had terrified Qin Yiru so much that he no longer dared to provoke Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no longer an eminent celestial. He was a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even an ordinary 5-tribulation bodiless celestial might not be as strong as Duan Lingtian. Why didn't you kill me? Qin Yiru asked in a hoarse voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't kill you because I wanted to give you a choice. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he said. If you swear on the lightning penalty oath and acknowledge me as your master, I'll spare your life. However, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. I'll give you a quick death. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qin Yi Ru's eyes widened in anger as he narrowed his eyes. Impossible! Qin Yi Ru cried out without hesitation. I'd rather die than be humiliated. How can I, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, submit to a mere eminent celestial like you? A four-tribulation bodiless celestial had the pride of a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. No matter how much Qin Yi Ru didn't want to die, he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He wasn't willing to recognize someone as his master and be their servant. You're a man of integrity! Duan Lingtian sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. In that case, I'll give you a quick death. I'll use my strongest attack to end your life. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stepped forward again. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian respected Qin Yi Ru for his unyielding character. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to use his strongest attack to end Qin Yi Ru's life to show his respect for Qin Yi Ru. His strongest attack? Qin Yi Ru's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on his words, the attack that destroyed my apocalypse saber isn't his strongest attack? How's this possible? The strength of that attack is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. Moreover, not all five-tribulation bodiless celestials are capable of such a powerful attack. Qin Yi Ru was still in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's body suddenly shone brightly as though it was as bright as the sun and the moon. Then, thousands of sword rays shot out from his body, as if they were coming out from every pore on his body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's body gradually melted as the myriad of sword rays appeared. In the end, he merged with the myriad of sword rays. At this moment, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the sword rays that were gathering at an unbelievable speed. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays disappeared and was replaced by a milky white, 3-foot-long sword. From afar, it looked like an ordinary sword. All of a sudden, buzz! Along with a soft sound, the 3-foot-long blade that was suspended in the air swung down at an unhurried speed. At this time, not to mention Qin Yi Ru, even Qin Yi Ru's two servants could easily see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long sword. Swoosh! Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, the 3-foot-long sword seemed to be casually swinging through the air, leaving behind a long and narrow crack in the void. As soon as the spatial crack appeared, Qin Yi Ru and his two servants narrowed their eyes in unison. This was because the tear in the void was much narrower and longer than the tear in the void that Duan Lingtian had created when he wielded his sword. In fact, it was twice as long as the tear in the void. It'll take at least 30 minutes for the tear in the void to completely heal, right? The thought popped up in Qin Yi Ru's mind. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his expression changed drastically. It seems like only a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to create such a tear in the void, right? This is his strongest attack? It's comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial's attack? Qin Yi Ru felt his scalp go numb when he thought about this. Heavens! Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only an eminent celestial, but when he cast his assist-type divine ability and his sword technique, his attack was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Is his sword technique from the Devata realm as well? For a moment, Qin Yi Ru couldn't help but think. That's not right. He's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. The previous successor of the Fog Rain progeny was Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint. Is it possible that he's Feng Qingyang's successor? If that's the case, it makes sense. After all, Feng Qingyang was a monstrous genius back then. It's said that when he was an eminent celestial, he had killed an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was close to ascending. If Duan Lingtian is Feng Qingyang's successor, it wouldn't be strange for him to possess strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. After all, Feng Qingyang was a monstrous sword cultivator who had killed an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Yi Ru's mind at this moment. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he thought about the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Qin Ru, I'll use my strongest attack to end your life today. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in Qin Ru's ears again, causing chills to run up his spine. The voice came from the sword hovering in the air in the distance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. Wait! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 3-foot-long blade trembled violently. Just as it was about to strike, Qin Ru hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. The 3-foot-long sword paused for a moment. Duan Lingtian. Are you the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint, the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny of the Seven Absolutes sect? Qin Ru asked after taking a deep breath. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang from the 3-foot-long sword. The sword technique you're using. Is it Senior Feng Qingyang's ultimate technique? Qin Ru asked again. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. I'm indeed Senior Feng Qingyang's successor. The sword technique I'm using is also from Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy. Duan Lingtian admired Qin Ru's integrity from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to waste his breath on Qin Ru. He would have killed Qin Ru with his sword. However, what Duan Lingtian did not expect was that Qin Ru would not hesitate to kill Qin Ru. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qin Ru immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Lingtian as his master. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw this. Wasn't Qin Ru supposed to have integrity? Wasn't he supposed to rather die than submit? Could it be that Qin Ru was putting on an act earlier? Was he a person who was afraid of death? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen were stunned as well. Qin Ru's 2 servants were stunned as well. Master! He swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Lingtian as his master? The burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man exchanged a look. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. As Qin Ru's servants, they knew Qin Ru's temperament very well. They knew Qin Ru was a person who valued his dignity more than his own life. For this reason, Qin Ru had expressed his stance earlier. He would rather die than serve Duan Lingtian as his master. Naturally, they were not surprised by this. However, Qin Ru's sudden change of heart after speaking to Duan Lingtian and swearing on the lightning penalty oath to serve Duan Lingtian as his master shocked them. They were even more shocked than Duan Lingtian and the 3 women by Duan Lingtian's side. I thought you were a man of integrity. As it turns out, you're just a coward! At this moment, the 3-foot-long sword that was hovering in the air disappeared, and Duan Lingtian reappeared. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Qin Ru. It's not shameful to serve Senior Feng Qingyang's successor as my master. Qin Ru shook his head nonchalantly in the face of Duan Lingtian's disdain. Then, he stood up straight and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Qin Ru greets master! Chapter 2352. Senior Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he studied Qin Ru, who had just risen to his feet. He saw a hint of reverence in the depths of Qin Ru's eyes. However, Duan Lingtian could see that Qin Ru's eyes were filled with reverence. He knew the reverence in Qin Ru's eyes was not directed at him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized Qin Ru had changed his mind and sworn on the lightning penalty oath because of Senior Feng Qingyang. Greetings, master! Qin Ru's 2 servants, the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man, stepped forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian when they saw Qin Ru had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, their master as well. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at them. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen and said with a faint smile on his face, "Let's return to the Zoroastrianism." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he did not wait for the 3 women to reply. With a raise of his hand, a vast and majestic invisible energy swept out and shrouded the 3 women. It brought them to the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at an extremely fast speed. He was like a cannonball that had been shot out of the barrel. Swoosh! Although Duan Lingtian did not cast his movement divine ability, his speed was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial with the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the three women had already turned into tiny black dots in Chen Yiru and the others' eyes. "Let's go!" Chen Yiru shouted as he brought the burly middle-aged man and the skinny middle-aged man to chase after Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. During this time, he cast all sorts of movement techniques. However, in the end, his speed was only on par with Duan Lingtian. "Father, you were too awesome just now! That old man is so strong, but he was actually defeated by you, and he was even willing to recognize you as his master." Duan Xiling, who was being carried by Duan Lingtian, had an excited expression on her face as she gestured to Duan Lingtian. It was as if the one who had defeated Chen Yiru and forced Chen Yiru to submit to him was not her father, but herself. Although Kerr didn't say anything, she looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of worship. "Xiling, cultivate well. Sooner or later you'll be as strong as father," Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted Duan Xiling's head. Whether it was his daughter, Duan Xiling, or his wife, Ke'er's admiring gaze, Duan Lingtian still enjoyed it even though he was already used to it. Gan Ruyen stood at the side as she looked at the happy family of three. A hint of disappointment could be seen in her eyes. She felt out of place at this moment. It's only been a few years, but his strength has already risen to such a level. Gan Ruyan's heartbeat quickened when she thought about Duan Lingtian's current strength. She recalled the past. The purple-clad young man was as weak as an ant in front of her. He could only watch helplessly as she took her sister, his wife, away. Currently, the purple-clad young man's strength had far surpassed her. Perhaps, she was also as weak as an ant in his eyes. He's returning to Zoroastrianism. Is he planning to look for the sect leader to avenge Hualao? Gan Ruyen speculated inwardly. However, Gan Ruyen did not expect this. Duan Lingtian's return to Zoroastrianism was not only to look for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to avenge Hualao, but it was also to annihilate Zoroastrianism. This was because he had learned about his other identity after coming to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. He was also the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. As the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, while he was honored, he was also burdened with a heavy responsibility. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. He wanted to use the remaining time he had in the mundane realm to annihilate the three great sects before he ascended to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He wanted to avenge the members of the Seven Absolutes sect who had been killed by the three great sections. I didn't expect him to be the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. At that moment, Gan Ruyen couldn't help but recall the incident that left her bewildered. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had said he was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, she had thought Duan Lingtian was just bluffing. However, before Qin Yiru acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his master, she had asked Duan Lingtian if he had inherited the sword Dao Martial Saint Feng Qingyang's legacy. She was only certain after Duan Lingtian confirmed it. Duan Lingtian was indeed the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Did he join Zoroastrianism with the intention of investigating Zoroastrianism? Gan Ruyen shook her head when she thought of this. That can't be right. He must have joined Zoroastrianism for Kerr. Even if he's the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, it's useless for him to join Zoroastrianism. If Master and the other members of the sect find out he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the current sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, I'm sure they'll be shocked. If he reveals his identity as the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, the people in the sect will definitely want to kill him. However, with his current strength, he doesn't even have to fear the sect leader. I wonder if there are any bodiless celestials in Zoroastrianism as well? Although Ganru Yen knew about bodiless celestials when she was still in Zoroastrianism, she did not know if there were any bodiless celestials in Zoroastrianism. If there are, I wonder how strong they are and how strong they are compared to him. If they're stronger than him, I'm afraid Ganru Yen did not dare to continue thinking as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Not long after Duan Lingtian, Chen Yiru, and the others left, many wretched figures crawled out of the ruins of the city they were originally in. Their eyes and faces were filled with terror. Previously, before they could even react to what was going on, the saber lights that had turned into shock waves that filled the sky had already surged over like a mountain torrent, completely submerging them. If it were not for the fact that they were strong and lucky, they would have died in the ruins like the others. After one of the people crawled out of the ruins, he rose into the air and looked around. He was shocked to find that the once bustling city had been reduced to ruins. There was not a single intact building in sight. In fact, even the area around the city that had turned into ruins was now a scene of desolation. It was as though they had just gone through a devastating storm. What the hell is going on? I don't know. The saber lights that filled the sky seemed to be attacking indiscriminately. When they engulfed us, they actually destroyed the entire city. Such a terrifying attack. Who could have unleashed such a terrifying attack? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? An eminent celestial? No! Even an eminent celestial doesn't have such strength. I've read an ancient book that analyzed the strength of an eminent celestial. It's impossible for an eminent celestial to be so strong. It's only possible if more than 10 eminent celestials attacked at the same time. More than 10 eminent celestials attacked at the same time? How's that possible? It's rare to see even one eminent celestial, let alone more than 10 of them. For the survivors of this ruined city, what happened today was a mystery that would never be solved. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The saber aura that swept across the sky and drowned the entire city like a mountain torrent was definitely not the power of nature. It was man-made. What kind of person could have such a strong power? They had no idea. In fact, the culprit behind the destruction of the city was Qin Yiru, the four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Qin Yiru's world-cleansing saber was an indiscriminate attack. It enveloped the entire city and killed the people closest to it within a radius of 1,000 meters. Then, it swept through the entire city. Almost no one within a radius of 1,000 meters survived. In other places, only a few people with a higher cultivation base and better luck managed to survive. For this reason, apart from Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru, nobody knew about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru. As long as they didn't mention it, this was destined to become a case without any clues. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yiru were making their way to the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed with the three women in tow. Whenever the energy in his body began to weaken, he would cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to replenish his celestial origin energy so that it would be at its peak. Due to this reason, his speed was extremely fast. However, as time passed, Duan Lingtian discovered the after-effects of continuously casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Casting the elementary devouring tactic once only consumed a little of his spiritual energy. On the other hand, using the elementary devouring technique over and over again consumed a lot of mental energy, which was a huge burden on his mental energy. Just as well, I have some questions to ask him. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. He allowed his celestial origin energy to weaken until it returned to normal. He no longer cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.